Chapter 444. The next day, Yunruoyan had just woken up and washed up when a guard came to inform her that a servant claiming to be the consort was requesting an audience. Yunruoyan immediately had the guard bring her in. Ling Lan greets Miss Yun. The servant was none other than Ling Lan. Quick, get up. Yunruoyan hurriedly helped Ling Lan up, as it was inconvenient for her to bend over. I heard from Shilan and Peony yesterday that your brother has brought you home. Yunruoyan held Ling Lan's hand and smiled. Are you doing well at home? Miss, don't worry about me. Brother has always been very good to me, Ling Lan replied. I'm here today to ask you to help Shilan and Sister Peony. Ling Lan's eyes reddened as she spoke, and her voice began to choke. What happened to Shilan and Peony? Tell me slowly. Yunruoyan's expression froze. Ling Lan paused for a moment, then recounted to Yunruoyan everything that had happened in the 3 years since Yunruoyan's departure. Not long after Yunruoya's departure, Yunruoyu, who had been cooped up in the plum-clipping cottage, had slowly become more active. Because Yunruoyu was the only child left in the family, and Madame Qin was no longer around, everyone was exceptionally lenient toward Yunruoyu. Yunruoyu was also very obedient, and she quickly won the trust of her father and the favor of her grandmother. Yun Maxiao also became busier and busier, and Yunlan gradually delegated the responsibilities of the imperial court to him while he spent almost all of his time cultivating. In the end, he spent many days in seclusion, and the Yun matriarch's health deteriorated by the day. As a result, Yunruoyu's responsibilities naturally fell on Yunruoyu's shoulders. At first, Yun Maxiao would ask about it, but Yunruoyu didn't dare act too presumptuously. Later, however, when Yun Maxiao led the army into battle, Yunruoyu no longer had any scruples. A month after Yun Maxiao's departure, less than half a year after Yunruoyan's departure, she forced Shilan and Peony to marry off to the most ordinary servant in the manor. Shilan and Peony would be beaten if they refused, and Yunruoyan would even threaten them with their lives. In the end, Shilan and Peony had no choice but to compromise. If my brother hadn't come to pick me up, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape the same fate as Shilan and Sister Peony. Shilan sobbed. But my brother was just a lowly official in the capital. He could only save me, but he couldn't do anything about Shilan and Sister Xiaoyao. I could only watch them suffer in the Yun manor, but I couldn't do anything about it. But now that the young miss is back, I'm sure she'll be able to get justice for Shilan and Sister Xiaoyao. With a loud bang, Yunruoyan slammed her palm on the table beside her. The sturdy wooden table had actually been cracked open by Yunruoyan's palm. Ruoyan, don't get angry. Anger will harm your health, Li Luo hurriedly advised. Ling Lan was also frightened by Yunruoyan's anger, and she was so stunned that she even forgot to cry. Well done, Yunruoyu. Yunruoyan tried her best to calm her anger. Ever since she had become pregnant, she had been able to maintain a calm demeanor. However, whenever she thought of how much Shilan and Peony had suffered in her absence, she couldn't control her anger. Come on, let's go to the Yun manor now. Yunruoyan shouted angrily. Second miss, why are you here so early? The newcomers to the Yun manor had just opened the gates when they saw the slaughtering king's carriage parked outside. They immediately bowed and greeted her. Ling Lan, do you know where Peony and Shilan live? Take me there right now. Yunruoyan ignored the newcomers and walked straight into the manor. Yes, miss, please follow me. Ling Lan nodded and led the way. There was a secluded servants' courtyard in the Yun manor, and there were 2 families living there, Shilan and Peony. At the moment, the 2 of them were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Sister Peony, when the young miss returned yesterday, why didn't you let me tell her what happened? I'm sure she'll get justice for us, Shilan murmured. Of course she'll get justice for us, but what about Bao and Jiao? Have you forgotten what the 3rd miss said before? Peony sighed. I pity those two children. If not for them, I'd rather die than stay here, Shilan said tearfully. Shilan, Peony, where's the washing water? Why haven't you prepared it yet? Are those two women tired of living? A bare-chested man walked out of the house and shouted into the kitchen. Shilan's body trembled, but she still put down the work in her hands and was about to leave when Peony pulled her back. You stay here, I'll go. Peony took a deep breath and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Nyo-san, you're awake. Yes, where's that woman of mine? Hurry up and call her out to help me wash up. Nyo-san sat down on a stone bench in the middle of the courtyard. Shilan's cooking, and the hot water's ready. I'll bring it to you in a moment. Who do you think you are? Call Shilan over. Nyo-san stood up and headed for the kitchen. What are you doing? Shilan's cooking. Peony blocked his path. Peony felt a burning sensation on one side of her face. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. After hitting the man, Nyo-san turned to the other room and called out, Brother, your woman isn't listening. I'll teach her a lesson for you. Hey, teach her what you need to, but don't disturb my sleep. Another man's voice came from the other room. Damn you, Nyo-san. I'll kill you. Shilan rushed out of the kitchen with a cleaver in her hand and swung it at Nyo-san. Wow, you've grown up. Nyo-san dodged to the side and kicked Shilan in the stomach, sending her flying to the ground. Shilan. Peony cried out and hurried over to help her up. Nyo-san, you animal. She's your wife. Peony cursed angrily. How dare you hit me with a cleaver? The third miss was right. You two are bitches. You won't listen unless you use extreme measures. Nyo-san walked over to the two of them and kicked them without a trace of politeness. How dare you hit me with a cleaver? I'll show you what I'm made of. Led by Ling-lan, Yunruoyan heard screams and the sounds of a beating even before they entered the courtyard. The three of them immediately quickened their pace. When Ling-lan pushed open the door to the courtyard and Yunruoyan saw Shilan and Peony being beaten up, her suppressed anger erupted like a volcano. Stop! Ling-lan and Li Luo shouted at the same time. At the same time, a scarlet ray of light flashed by and struck the leg that Nyo-san was using to kick Shilan and Peony. Nyo-san's leg was suddenly severed in midair. The scorching heat from the scarlet ray had scorched the wound, so strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Ah! My leg! My leg's gone. Nyo-san began to roll on the ground. Who's causing trouble so early in the morning? Can't you let me sleep? Nyo-air's voice came from within the house. Yunruoyan's face was as cold as ice. She gave Li Luo a look, and Li Luo walked into the house and dragged Nyo-air out. Shilan, Sister Peony. Ling-lan cried as she helped the two girls up, looking them up and down to see if they'd sustained any serious injuries. Miss, Peony and Shilan looked at Yunruoyan as if they wanted to say something. Peony was slightly better off, but Shilan's face was covered in tears. Yunruoyan looked at the two girls she'd lived with for so many years, her heart filled with both pain and anger. She wanted to scold them, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. The two girls didn't dare to speak when they saw Yunruoyan's expression. Ruoyan, what should we do with these two? Li Luo asked. Lock them up and follow me, Yunruoyan ordered, then turned and walked out of the courtyard. Yunruoyu had just gotten out of bed and washed up when one of her maids hurriedly reported to her. Miss, the second miss is here, and she's very aggressive. Hurry, go out and take a look. Yunruoyu, come out. Yunruoyan's voice rang out in the courtyard. A cold glint flashed across Yunruoyu's eyes as she stood up and walked out of her bedroom. Sister, you just left yesterday. What's going on today? Yun Ruoyu's voice rang out before she even arrived. When she saw Yun Ruoyan, followed by Shilon and Peony, as well as Nyo Air and Nyo San, who Li Luo was holding, she had an idea of what was going on. "Sister, what are you trying to do?" Yun Ruoyu asked, even though she already knew the answer. "Yun Ruoyu, I don't want to waste words with you, but I have to demand an explanation for these two girls of mine." Yun Ruoyan glanced coldly at Hulk Air and Hulk San behind her. "I haven't seen you in 3 years. Do you think that I've become a pushover? Did you think that I wouldn't be able to return? I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart until I see blood." As soon as Yun Ruoyan finished speaking, she glanced at Nyoda and Nyo Air. A black light flashed, and Nyoda and Nyo Air's heads fell to the ground. Fresh blood sprayed all over the ground, and the maidservants present screamed in fear. Yun Ruoyu hadn't expected that Yun Ruoyan would kill them just like that, and she was so shocked that she stood rooted to the ground. "Shilon, Peony," Yun Ruoyan called out. "Yes, Mississippi." Shilon immediately awoke from her daze. She nudged Peony, and the two of them walked to Yun Ruoyan's side. "Among the maids and mothers present, which one of them has ever hit you? Those who have hit you will have their hands chopped off, and those who have hit you will have their legs chopped off," Yun Ruoyan said. There were more than a dozen maids and servants in Yun Ruoyu's courtyard, and when they heard Yun Ruoyan's words, their faces immediately paled. Shilon immediately opened her mouth to speak, but Peony pulled her back. "Miss, the people here are all very polite to us," said Peony. "Is that so?" Yun Ruoyan turned to Peony and frowned. "Why don't I see Ah Bao and Ah Jiao?" "I don't see any houses either," Li Luo replied. Shilon finally couldn't take it anymore. She knelt on the ground and cried, "Miss, you have to help Sister Peony and Shilon." Chapter 445. Once Shilon opened her mouth, Peony couldn't stop her even if she wanted to. "My Ah Bao and Ah Jiao were taken away by Miss Yun's servants the moment they were born, and we don't even see them once a month. Miss Yun even said that if we don't listen to her, we'll never see our children again. Yesterday, when Miss Yun came, she had us bring our children to pay our respects to her, but once she left, the children were taken away too. Miss Yun, you have to help us." Shilon cried pitifully, and Peony also began to cry by the side. "Yun Ruoyu." Yun Ruoyan turned around and glared coldly at Yun Ruoyu. "Where are their children? Bring them here right now. I'm taking them away from here today." Yun Ruoyan's murderous aura had scared Yun Ruoyu silly, and she had only just regained her composure. She straightened her back and bolstered her courage. "Sister Ruoyan, this is the Yun Manor, and Shilon and Peony are servants of the Yun Manor. What you're doing is against the rules." "Rules?" Yun Ruoyan's gaze turned cold, and the black light that had sliced off 2 heads as easily as chopping vegetables appeared once more. The Phalai blade revolved slowly around Yun Ruoyan's body, causing her entire being to emanate a murderous aura. "I've been in this alternate world for 3 years, and all I know is that strength is the rule, and killing is the law. Do you want to talk about rules or reason with me? Sister Ruoyan, I'm your sister. Are you going to kill me?" Yun Ruoyu's expression was ugly. She had clearly been frightened, but in front of the servants, she forced herself to put up a front. "Ah!" As soon as Yun Ruoyu finished speaking, she let out a scream. The Phalai blade had suddenly cut off a strand of her hair. The Phalai blade sliced through Yun Ruoyu's hair, then flew around the courtyard, scaring all of the servants into squatting on the ground. "Yun Ruoyu, I thought you'd come to your senses after what happened to your mother. Even if you can't become a good person, you'd at least have some peace and quiet. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. After living in the same manner for so many years, you should know what kind of temper I have. Don't exhaust my patience." "Of course I know." Yun Ruoyu had to be supported by one of the maids before she managed to stand up. She then turned to one of the maids beside her and instructed, "Go and bring the children of those two maids here. I'm just trying to help them raise their children out of goodwill, but if my goodwill is treated as ill intent, I won't be a good person anymore." The two maidservants received the order and left. Not long after, they returned with Ah Bao and Ah Jiao. Shilan and Peony hurriedly held their children in their arms. The treasures that had been stolen from them were finally back by their side. Both of them were crying and laughing at the same time, unable to contain their joy. "Then I won't bother you today. Let's go," Yun Ruoyan said. "I won't send you off," Yun Ruoyu's voice rang out from behind her. Yun Ruoyan stopped and turned back. "Today's matter isn't over yet. When father comes out of seclusion, I'll find him to reason with." As Yun Ruoyu watched Yun Ruoyan's group disappear through the door, she clenched her fists so tightly that she almost bled. "Miss, now that second miss is back, I'm afraid our days won't be good," said a maid at the side. "Tui. What kind of miss is she?" "She's just a bastard child born from her mother's affair with another man." Yun Ruoyu spat. "How infuriating. If not for the fact that she's the slaughtering king's consort, how could I possibly call her sister? Come, let's go to Feng Hua's quarters." Yun Lan was currently in seclusion in Feng Hua's quarters. Yun Ruoyu still remembered that her father had brought her here half a year ago, and that she had been surprised to find such a place in the home she had lived in for more than a decade. "I'm nearing the end of my cultivation, and I'll be secluding myself here for 81 days. I'll leave the affairs of the manor to you for the time being, and unless it's something important, don't disturb me." This was what Yun Lan had told her before he went into seclusion. Now that Yun Ruoyan was back, it must be something important. Yun Ruoyu passed through the array that Yun Lan had set up and entered Feng Hua's quarters alone. As soon as she entered, she heard Yun Lan's voice. What's the matter?" Yun Ruoyu stopped in her tracks. "Father, Sister Ruoyan's back, and she came to visit me yesterday and today. Yesterday, I wasn't a good host, and she even threw a tantrum. Yesterday, she chased away one of her disciples, and today, she killed 2 servants for no reason. Father, do you want to see her? I'm afraid that she'll do something bad tomorrow, and even as her sister, I can't stop her." "I understand. Don't bother with her. I'll meet her when I'm out of seclusion. If there's nothing else, you can leave," Yun Lan said coldly. "Yes, father." Yun Ruoyu looked at the house in front of her, but all 4 of its windows were shut, and she couldn't see what was inside. "Father, would the statues of the Buddha and Bodhisattva be of help to your cultivation?" Yun Ruoyu asked. "Not bad," Yun Lan replied. "When I've mastered the technique, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." The statues that Yun Ruoyu mentioned were none other than the demonic creatures that Qin Jianmei had left behind, the reincarnated Buddha and the reincarnated Bodhisattva. That day, Yun Ruoyan had thrown these 2 creatures into the fire, but Yun Ruoyu, who had been hiding nearby, had saved them. She had intended to continue cultivating according to the method that Qin Jianmei had taught her, but she hadn't expected Yun Lan to come looking for her. What was even more surprising was that Yun Lan had directly demanded that she hand over the reincarnated Buddha and the reincarnated Bodhisattva. Yun Ruoyu didn't know how Yun Lan knew about these 2 demonic creatures that her mother had spent most of her life cultivating, but she didn't have the courage to refuse. She could only hand them over. After that, Yun Lan began to cultivate in seclusion with the 2 demonic creatures, and she became the caretaker of the Yun Manor. Yun Ruoyu felt that her current situation was quite good. She didn't have much talent for cultivation, and compared to being trapped in the plum-clipping cottage every day, Yun Ruoyu preferred the feeling of being the matriarch of the household. If Yun Ruoyan had never returned, Yun Ruoyu would have been satisfied. But now that Yun Ruoyan had returned, and not only had she returned, she was even lecturing her as an outsider. This made her feel very dissatisfied. Yun Lan was currently engrossed in his cultivation, and he couldn't be bothered with anything else. Since Yun Lan couldn't be counted on, Yun Ruoyu could only rely on herself. Thankfully, she had a trick up her sleeve. Yun Ruoyan, you're the one who asked for it. Don't blame me. Yun Ruoyu smiled coldly as she left the cottage. Within the brothel, the two demonic creatures, the reincarnated Buddha and the reincarnated Bodhisattva, were placed in front of Yun Lan. Yun Lan's face alternated between green and red, a sign that his blood was surging. After a long while, he forced the blood to the tips of his fingers, and two beads of spiritual energy appeared between his fingers. Yun Lan dripped the blood onto the two demonic creatures, and as soon as the blood touched their bodies, it was instantly absorbed. Then, the two demonic creatures' eyes glowed red. I've finally saved him. That's great. Yun Lan's face was pale, but his expression was one of excitement and joy. He stood up, picked up the two glowing demonic creatures in front of him, and walked into the brothel. There was a crystal-clear bed of frosty jade in the room, and the chilly air that permeated the room was coming from this bed. There was a person lying on the bed. The chilly air on the bed was so thick that it obscured the person's appearance, but a red robe clearly indicated that the person lying on the bed was a woman. Yun Lan walked to the side of the cold jade bed and placed the two demonic creatures on either side of the bed. Uma, I can finally save you. Yun Lan's voice was almost a whisper. I've guarded you for so many years, and I've finally found a way to wake you up, Tha. Yun Lan chuckled and reached out to dispel the chilly air in front of Lin Yuemei. A young, beautiful face appeared in front of Yun Lan's eyes. If Yun Ruoyan had been present, she would have been shocked by this face, because it looked so much like her. Other than the fainter eyebrows and the thinner and sharper chin, the shape of the face and facial features were almost identical. She was the mother that Yun Ruoyan had been searching for all this time, Lin Yuemei. At first, everyone thought that Lin Yuemei was dead, but when they discovered that her tomb was empty, they began to wonder if she was still alive. From then on, the Lin family had never stopped searching for her. Unexpectedly, however, Yun Lan had hidden Lin Yuemei in her former residence, the Fanghua residence. Yuemei, you won't blame me for placing you on this ice-cold bed all these years, will you? Yun Lan gently caressed Lin Yuemei's face. There's nothing I can do. Only this bed of ice from the far north can keep you in this state forever. Only then would I have enough time to find a way to save you. Now, I've finally found it. After 49 days of blood transfusion, I've finally managed to revive these two demonic Buddhas. They possess the power of reincarnation, and in 32 days, I'll be able to snatch you back from the hands of the King of Hell. At that time, Shao, and I will be able to reunite as a family of 3. What do you think? And Ruoyan, you've always missed her the most. She's safely returned from the other world, and as long as you're awake, you'll be able to see her. Although she's not my daughter, as long as you like her, I'll treat her as my own. As long as you're awake, I'll do anything you want. The Fanghua residence was quiet, and all the doors and windows were tightly shut. The room was illuminated by luminous pearls, and the air was cold and gloomy. There was almost no difference between night and day. Outside the window, 2 black-robed men were lying in ambush. One of them gestured to the other to return and report the situation, while he himself remained hidden. The man understood the gesture and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice from within the room. Who's there? Immediately after, the window was opened and Yun Lan leaped out. Yun Lan suddenly launched a spirit force attack at the 2 hidden men in midair. Chapter 446. One of the men wasn't able to dodge in time and was struck by Yun Lan's spiritual attack, falling from the eaves onto the corridor. The other man dodged the spirit power attack and fought with Yun Lan, but he was obviously not Yun Lan's opponent and was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. The injured man in the corridor leapt up and attacked Yun Lan's back, but Yun Lan turned around and sent another spiritual attack at him. The injured man managed to dodge the attack this time, but he had been severely injured. Even if he managed to dodge the attack this time, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fourth brother, let's go, the injured man called out to the other man before engaging Yunlan once more. Third brother, let's go together. The mission's more important. Go. The injured man called out anxiously as he clung to Yunlan. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As soon as the uninjured man heard the word mission, his rationality overcame everything else. He looked at the injured man, clenched his teeth, summoned his flying sword, and flew away. Yunlan saw that the other man was about to escape. He sent the man clinging to him flying with a single palm strike, then chased after the fleeing man. That fleeing man's cultivation wasn't as high as Yunlan's, but his flying sword was so fast that Yunlan couldn't catch up. In a fit of anger, he used all his strength to attack the fleeing man's back. Whether or not it hit, the fleeing man disappeared into the horizon. Yunlan stared at the disappearing man before turning back to the injured man. Just as he was about to kill him, the man's head tilted to the side. He had consumed poison to commit suicide. Yunlan brought his servants back to the slaughtering king's manor. Sister Shilan, Sister Peony, from now on, you won't have to suffer anymore. Ling Lan exclaimed happily. That's right, Li Luo replied. Since Ruoyan's back, why didn't you say anything about the two of you suffering at the Yun Manor? I didn't sleep well last night because of you too. We were the ones who didn't know any better. Miss, can you not be angry at us? Shilan whispered to her. Yun Ruoyan didn't say a single word on the way back to the manor. Even after they entered the manor, her expression was still grim, and she had no intention of speaking up. I'm sorry, Mississippi. We've made you worry. Peony knelt down with Aw Bao in her arms. Shilan also knelt down with Aw Jiao in her arms. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyan's face couldn't hold back any longer. Get up, all of you. If the young miss doesn't forgive us, then we won't get up. We'll kneel until the young miss forgives us, said Peony. Yes, we will kneel until miss forgives us, Shilan echoed. Done. Yun Ruoyan sighed and sat down on a chair. I'm not angry at the two of you. I'm angry at myself. Why didn't I ask for both of you when I married into the family? I've made you suffer so much these few years. Don't worry, when Master Yun comes out of seclusion, I will definitely seek justice for you. When she thought of how her two obedient servants had been betrothed to that scum by Yun Ruoyu, and how they had been abused every day, forced to endure the pain of being separated from their mother and children, she couldn't help but blame herself. With your words, miss, even if we were to die, it would be worth it. Shilan and Peony were helped up by Li Luo and Ling Lan. After crying for a while longer, they finally let go of their grief and prepared to welcome a brand new life. Yun Ruoyan saw that Aw Bao and Aw Jiao weren't crying or making a fuss, and they didn't look too energetic. They had probably been carried up so early in the morning. She instructed Li Luo to bring them to breakfast, then had them settle down in the courtyard to rest. Ling Lan followed her. After the crowd left, Yun Ruoyan sat alone in the living room. Perhaps because she had been too agitated early in the morning, now that she was quiet, her stomach began to rumble. The little fellow was almost turning over in her stomach. Although Yun Ruoyan was uncomfortable, she was still happy that the little fellow was healthy and full of energy. Don't worry, you'll be able to come out in a month's time. At that time, I'll have your father carry you on his sword. You'll be much more spacious than Mommy's stomach. Yun Ruoyan stroked her belly as she spoke softly to the child. Suddenly, a black figure rushed in from outside and knelt down in front of Yun Ruoyan. Su Shi greets your highness. How come you're the only one back? Where's Su Dong? Your highness, we didn't encounter anything suspicious when we followed Miss Yun. However, after you left the Yun Manor, Miss Yun went to a place in the manor known as the Fanghua Gardens. It's a very well-hidden place, and there's even a maze formation outside. Third brother and I followed Miss Yun into the gardens, and only then did we find out that official Yun was in seclusion there. The three of us stayed in the gardens to see if there was anything suspicious, and we really did find something strange. What strange place? Yun Ruoyan asked. Third brother and I were hiding outside the window downstairs, and we heard official Yun talking to someone in the house. I heard him call that person Lin Yueme. What? Yun Ruoyan stood up immediately. Say that again. Lin Yueme, Your Highness. I wouldn't have heard wrongly, Su Shi replied confidently. Su Bei, Su Nan, Su Shi, and Su Dong were the cream of the crop of the Ink Guards, and Yun Ruoyan didn't doubt their abilities. She had only asked that question out of surprise. Yun Ruoyan suppressed her shock, surprise, and other complex emotions. Su Shi, continue. Our original plan was for me to return and report on the situation, while third brother stayed behind to continue hiding. Just as I was about to leave, official Yun discovered us, and third brother stayed behind to delay him while I rushed back. At this point, Su Shi's eyes dimmed. Su Shi, don't worry. I'll head to the Yun Manor right now to save Su Dong. There's no need, Your Highness. Third brother isn't official Yun's match, and he wouldn't allow himself to be captured alive. He's probably committed suicide by now. Su Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Su Shi. Yun Ruoyan hurried forward, only to see that his chest was soaked in blood. Because he was dressed in black, it was hard to tell. By the time Li Luo had settled Shilon and Peony in, she was shocked to see Su Shi lying on the ground. She hurriedly said that she'd call for a physician. There's no need, Yun Ruoyan replied. Spiritual energy pierced through his heart, and not even miraculous pills can save him. Yun Ruoyan gently closed Su Shi's eyes. Only one of Li Mo's guards would be able to rush back to complete his mission despite having his heart pierced. When will Li Mo return? Yun Ruoyan asked. His Highness has been gone for 2 days, and I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems, Li Luo replied. But since you're about to give birth, His Highness should be back soon. If not for her pregnancy, Yun Ruoyan would have rushed to the Yun Manor immediately. Even if she couldn't do it in the open, she could at least do it at night to verify the intelligence that Su Dong and Su Shi had risked their lives to obtain. But now, she had no choice but to take care of her own health. Yun Ruoyan pondered for a long time, but she knew that she wouldn't get the answer she wanted. Yun Ruoyan had some understanding of Yun Lan's cultivation, and she knew that she was no match for him. 2 of the guards had already been sacrificed, and she couldn't allow anyone else in the manor to risk their lives. In that case, she could only wait for Li Mo's return. Yun Ruoyan didn't go anywhere over the past 2 days, simply waiting for Li Mo's return. The Lin sisters came by once, but Yun Ruoyan didn't tell them about Lin Yueme. If they knew that they had accidentally revealed the truth in front of Lin Zainan, the old man would surely be agitated. Once Lin Zainan was agitated, he might even charge into the Yun Manor, but that wouldn't solve the problem. As a result, Yun Ruoyan didn't mention the matter, instead using her fatigue as an excuse to send her sisters away. Before leaving, Lin Qingchen told Yun Ruoyan that Whitey had undergone a shocking transformation, and that she should pay it a visit when it was better. Back on the Dark Abyss continent, Pai Batian had been incinerated by the demonic dragon patriarch's spiritual flames. However, the ring had been made of a special material that had managed to survive the flames, and Yun Ruoyan had returned it to Lin Qingchen. When Lin Qingchen returned to the Lin Manor, she placed Whitey back in the pond. Perhaps because the spiritual energy on the Shuyuan continent was relatively dense, Whitey had undergone an astonishing transformation. Lin Qingchen had come to the Lin Manor with the intention of bringing Yun Ruoyan to visit the Lin Manor, but when she saw that Yun Ruoyan wasn't feeling well, she couldn't force her. Sister, when you're feeling better, you have to come to the Lin Manor, and bring brother-in-law with you. You'll be shocked to see Whitey, Lin Qingxue said. All right, when Li Mo returns, I'll bring him with me. Yun Ruoyan smiled. After sending off the Lin sisters, Yun Ruoyan's smile immediately turned serious. The events of the past few days had been very upsetting. She lay down on a soft mattress to take a nap. Although her body was resting, her mind was filled with thoughts about her mother, Lin Yuemei, her father, Long Yin, and Yun Lan, who had called her father all these years but had no blood relation to her at all. By the time Yun Ruoyan woke up groggily, it was already dusk. She was covered with a blanket, and there was a cold snack on the table. Li Luo had probably prepared it, but she hadn't woken her up. Her stomach really did feel a little empty. Although she wouldn't feel hungry, the child in her womb needed nourishment, and Yun Ruoyan needed to eat. She got off the mattress and prepared to head out in search of something to eat. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she bumped into Shilan and Peony, who were carrying boxes of food. "Miss, where are you going?" "Shilan and I made these, Mississippi. They're your favorite osmanthus cakes, as well as phoenix stamen soup. Have a taste, Mississippi. I was just about to head out in search of something to eat when you brought it here." Yun Ruoyan smiled. "We're telepathically connected to you, miss, and we knew that you'd be hungry by now," Shilan replied. Chapter 447. Yun Ruoyan followed Shilan and Peony back into the house. Peony placed the food box on the table, and Shilan helped her open it. A familiar floral aroma wafted out. "Wow, it smells so good!" Yun Ruoyan exclaimed with a satisfied expression. "Your cooking skills haven't deteriorated at all. In fact, they've improved." Shilan accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table and it fell to the ground. She looked at the broken teacup on the ground with a nervous expression. "Aya! Why are you so clumsy?" Peony hurriedly exclaimed, even reaching out to push Shilan away. Shilan's face was bright red, as if she had done something terribly wrong. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, was stunned by the two girls' exaggerated reactions. She smiled. "It's fine, it's a good omen. Miss, I'm so clumsy. I'll go clean up." Shilan hurriedly went out to get a broom and swept away the broken pieces. "Just leave it by the door. Be careful not to hurt your hands." Yun Ruoyan saw that Shilan was about to walk out of the courtyard. "A servant will come and clean it tonight, so just leave it by the door." Yun Ruoyan personally took out the osmanthus cake and phoenix flower soup from the basket. By the time she was done, Shilan had just walked in. "You haven't eaten either, have you? Let's eat together." "No, we've all eaten." This is for you, miss," Shilan said, before standing obediently by Peony's side. Yun Ruoyan felt a little strange. What was wrong with these two girls today? They'd always been beasts, so why were they so reserved today? As Yun Ruoyan was thinking about this, her stomach began to rumble. It wasn't that she was hungry, but that the little fellow in her stomach was hungry. Without thinking too much, Yun Ruoyan picked up a piece of cake and started to eat. "Miss," Peony and Shilan called out at almost the same time. "What's the matter?" Yun Ruoyan opened her mouth, then closed it again. "No, nothing," Peony replied. "Eat slowly, and don't choke. Also, the soup's a little hot, so drink it slowly," Shilan added. Yun Ruoyan tilted her head. "You two girls must be busy. I'll talk to you after I'm full." As she spoke, she popped a third of the cake into her mouth. It is indeed a familiar taste. Delicious. Yun Ruoyan was very satisfied. She took another sip of the phoenix stamen soup and said, "You don't know, but in the alternate world, these were the two things I wanted the most. Miss, these two are too sweet." "Don't eat too much," said Peony. Yes, yes, it's not good to be too sweet. Don't eat too much. We'll make more for Miss tomorrow, Shilan said. Yunruoyan waved her hand and smiled. Don't worry, I've already abstained from eating. I don't usually eat much, but it's rare that I have an appetite today. It's fine if I eat a little more. As she ate, Yunruoyan's expression suddenly changed. A strange, stabbing pain suddenly appeared in her abdomen. With a clatter, the spoon fell from Yunruoyan's hands onto the floor. She clutched her stomach, a pained expression on her face. The pain grew exponentially until it drained all the energy in her body. Her body went limp, and she almost fell off the stool. Miss, what's wrong? Peony and Shilan were clearly frightened, and they hurriedly helped her up. Mistress, what's wrong? Chocho had also sensed Yunruoyan's abnormality. My stomach suddenly hurts, as if I've been poisoned. But Peony and Shilan, how could they have poisoned me? Yunruoyan stared at Shilan and Peony in disbelief. Both of them saw that Yunruoyan's face was ashen, and beads of sweat were dripping down her face. Frightened, they kept asking Yunruoyan what was wrong. Shilan, hurry up and call Miss Li Luo. I'll stay here with the mistress, so hurry up and go. All right, I'll go. Shilan was so flustered that she almost knocked into the door frame. Peony, it wasn't you, was it? Yunruoyan asked, enduring the pain. Miss, don't scare me. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Peony kept apologizing, but Yunruoyan's heart sank. She slowly closed her eyes. Not far from the Beastman's Valley, there was a small house where Liemo was talking to Su Nan and Su Bei. Your Highness, we've followed your lead and found that the missing members of our Beastmen Valley have appeared in the Yuelu Villa, Su Nan reported. So it was them, Liemo murmured coldly. It looks like the head of the Yuelu Villa can't be allowed to live. Your Highness, he's the fourth prince's maternal grandfather. Now that both grandfather and grandson have pledged their allegiance to Li Qinyuan, wouldn't killing them bring disaster to the Beastmen Valley? Su Bei asked worriedly. Su Bei had been paying close attention to the happenings in the capital, and he was quite familiar with Li Qinyuan. He was the son of a maidservant, and his status in the palace had always been low. Ever since he was young, he had relied on the crown prince to survive. However, such a person, who no one had ever paid any attention to, was able to personally end his father's life, imprison his big brother, and then calmly ascend to the throne. Such a person was worthy of Su Bei's classification as a dangerous person. I've never wanted to get involved in the affairs of the Li Kingdom, Liemo replied coolly. But if they dare threaten my kin, I won't let them off lightly. The two of you, take my orders to the Yuelu Villa. If they obediently hand over the man and promise not to harm us again, then we'll forget about it. If not, don't blame me for razing the entire villa to the ground. Liemo had two bottom lines, one was Yunruoyan, and the other was his clansman. Liemo couldn't be bothered to care about most matters, but once these two bottom lines were crossed, blood would flow like a river, and he wouldn't rest until he was dead. Yes, Your Highness, we'll do as you say. Su Bei and Su Nan turned and walked out of the room. As soon as the two of them left, a large bird flew in their direction. The two of them recognized it as a spiritual beast that had been tamed by their lord. It was specifically used to deliver letters. Was more than twice its usual size, and there was only one circumstance in which it would use such a large form to deliver a letter, if the contents of the letter were extremely urgent. The two of them paused for a moment, but just as they were about to continue walking, a gust of black wind suddenly blew past them. When they looked closely, they realized that it wasn't the black wind, but Liemo had already flown into the skies on his sword. The letter he had received from only contained 6 words: Her Highness has been poisoned, and she's in danger. Liamo returned to the slaughtering king's manor 4 hours later. Yen. Liamo rushed to the courtyard where he and Yunruoyan were staying. When Li Luo heard his voice, she rushed out to greet him with reddened eyes. Your Highness, you're back. Let's go see Her Highness. Liamo hurriedly followed Li Luo into the room. Yunruoyan was lying on the bed, her forehead beaded with sweat. Her face was pale, but she was still conscious. Liao's legs actually turned to jelly when he saw Yunruoyan in such a state. He half squatted by Yunruoyan's bedside and held her hand, his voice trembling. Are you all right? Yunruoyan gritted her teeth and shook her head, forcing a smile onto her face. The strange pain in her stomach was driving her to the brink of collapse. She didn't dare open her mouth, for fear that she would scream out loud. Yunruoyan was a person who could endure pain very well, and she had never screamed in pain in either her past life or her current one. Liamo placed his hand gently on Yunruoyan's abdomen and used his spiritual energy to examine her condition. Apart from the child in her womb being abnormally active, Yunruoyan's body was fine. Her spiritual vortex and bodily functions were all perfectly normal. Physician, how's Her Highness? Liamo turned to the physician by his side. Your Highness, Her Highness ate poisoned food, causing her to go into labor prematurely. Will she be in danger? Her Highness is a cultivator, and her constitution seems to be quite unique, so the poison didn't harm her. However, it's hard to say for the child in her womb, the physician replied. When Liamo heard that Yunruoyan wasn't in danger, his heart finally returned to the ground. But when he heard that the child might be in danger, his heart immediately began to race again. Both the mother and child must be protected, Liamo replied. I'll do my best to ensure the safety of Her Highness and her child, the physician replied. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, if we really can't protect both of them, Your Highness, what should I do? Protect Her Highness. Liamo didn't hesitate in the slightest. You must protect Her Highness. Yes, Your Highness. The physician began to perform acupuncture on Yunruoyan. No, protect. Yunruoyan wanted to say protect the child, but her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she fell asleep before she could finish her sentence. Yunruoyan had a dream. In the dream, there was an extremely cute little boy. The boy had a head of jet black hair, and he had a pair of eyes that could change color. Sometimes they were black, sometimes they were blue, and sometimes they were scarlet red. When the boy smiled, he revealed 2 canine teeth, and was very cute. Sun Moyan, Yunruoyan subconsciously called out. Yunruoyan said subconsciously, Sun Moyan, let's go home. Father, grandfather, and grandmother are all waiting for us. Yes, mother. Sun Moyan bounced toward Yunruoyan, then held Yunruoyan's hand with his chubby little hand. In a childish voice, he said, Daddy said that mother has a poor sense of direction, and he told me not to lose you. As soon as the child finished speaking, a green sword aura appeared beneath his feet. Yunruoyan recognized that it was indeed Liao's azure light sword. When the child saw Yunruoyan staring at the sword aura, he proudly said, This was given to me by Daddy. He said that as long as I could learn sword kinesis within 3 days, he would give me the azure dragon sword. In the end, I learned it in less than 3 days. Mother, don't you think I'm amazing? Amazing, our Sun Moyan is the most amazing, Yunruoyan praised. Chapter 448. The dream continued. Little Sun Moyan rode on his sword, soaring through the sky with Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan suddenly spoke up. Isn't the sky more comfortable than being in my stomach? I almost didn't give birth to you back then. What's wrong? Mother, did something terrible happen? Sun Moyan turned to Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan pinched his cute cheeks and smiled. When I was pregnant with you, someone drugged me, causing me to go into labor prematurely. I almost. Yun Ruoyan's mind suddenly went blank. She couldn't remember how she had given birth to this child, or how she had raised him to this age. Yun Ruoyan covered her face with her hands, trying to wake herself up so that she could recall this blank memory, but it was still a blank, as if it had never appeared in her mind. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyan's body swayed, and she hurriedly moved her hands away. She found herself standing alone on the sword, and Sun Moyin had disappeared. Moyin, Sun Moyin. Yun Ruoyan screamed, but the adorable child who had called her mother had disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. Liam Mo walked out of the room, exhausted. He looked as if he had just returned from a battlefield, even more exhausted than after a battle. Your Highness, how's the young miss? How's she? Peony and Shilon walked to Li Mo's side and asked anxiously. Why did you poison Yin, Liam Mo asked coldly. We didn't know it was poison, Shilon cried. If we'd known it was poison, we wouldn't have given it to the young miss, even if the third miss wanted to kill us all. The third miss of the Yun Manor, Yun Ruoyu? Liam Mo asked. Yes, Yun Ruoyu, Peony replied. She gave me and Shilan's child a slow-acting poison, then used our child's life to threaten us to give it to the young miss. She said that the poison would only cause the young miss's cultivation to stagnate, and wouldn't harm her life. How could you believe that? Li Luo shouted. We didn't believe it at first, but she said that Miss is now the slaughtering king's consort, and she didn't dare to harm Miss's life. She was just afraid that Miss's cultivation would become more and more powerful, which would be detrimental to her, so, before Peony could finish her sentence, Liam Mo kicked her to the ground. What a good girl. To think that Yen doted on you so much and brought you into the mansion, but you're just too heartless and brainless trash. If Yen can't pass this trial, I'll make sure all of you accompany him in death. Shilon prostrated on the ground and said, Your Highness, we deserve to die 10,000 times. We have let down the young miss and Your Highness. We are not worthy of being personally punished by Your Highness. We will end our own lives now. After saying that, she climbed up and suddenly bumped into the stone railing at the side. Shilon, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Peony said as she bumped into Shilon. Within the Yun Manor, Bo Lan's courtyard. Miss, there's news that the second miss has given birth prematurely in the manor, and both mother and child are in critical condition. A maid hurriedly ran into Yun Ruoyu's bedroom and reported to Yun Ruoyu. Really? Yun Ruoyan had been sitting in front of her dressing table, removing her makeup and preparing to go to bed. As soon as she heard the news, she suddenly stood up, her drowsiness instantly disappearing. Wonderful. I've been waiting for this day. Yun Ruoyu paced around the room excitedly, muttering, The heavens have eyes. Yun Ruoyan, you didn't expect such a day to come for you, did you? If only you'd kept a low profile, just like when you were a little girl. Why did you suddenly seem like a completely different person? Yun Ruoyu couldn't help but think back to the days when she, Yun Ruoyao, and Yi Qianying had bullied Yun Ruoyan together. Back then, Yun Ruoyan had been a good girl. Even when she was bullied, she would silently endure it, and she would always cower in front of them. But at some point, such a cute, docile person had suddenly become so detestable. She had become more and more powerful, more and more difficult to understand. Now that she thought about it, none of the changes that had happened to the Yun family in the past few years could be attributed to Yun Ruoyan. In Yun Ruoyu's heart, Yun Ruoyao had died, Madam had gone crazy, and her mother had died. All of this had been caused by Yun Ruoyan. And when Yun Ruoyu found out from Qin Jianmei that Yun Ruoyan wasn't even of the Yun family's bloodline, but rather that her mother had conceived an illegitimate child with another man, Yun Ruoyu felt even more indignant. This is retribution. You're an outsider, and you're the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family. Now that you're dead, you deserve it. Yunruoyu's expression was savage because of her excitement. You didn't expect that the two girls you were so protective of would poison you, did you? It must feel terrible to be betrayed by your own people. Ha, don't blame me, I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. If anything happens to Yen, I swear I'll skin you alive. Just as Yunruoyu was in the midst of her excitement, a cold, angry male voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Yunruoyu slowly turned around to see Li Mo standing not far behind her. Ah! Yunruoyu couldn't help but scream as she pointed at Li Mo. How did you get in here? What are you trying to do? Help me. Yunruoyan had been woken up by a nightmare. When she woke up, she was drenched in cold sweat, and Li Mo was lying by her side. Yunruoyan reached out to pull on Li Mo's large hand, and he immediately woke up. Ruoyan, you're awake. Li Mo's eyes were dark and glossy, and he didn't know how long it had been since he last slept. You're finally awake. You scared me to death, Yen. How long have I been asleep? Yunruoyan asked, her voice so weak that it was almost a gasp. You've been asleep for almost 10 days, Li Mo replied. I've actually been asleep for 10 days. Yunruoyan rubbed her forehead. Li Mo, help me up. Li Mo propped Yunruoyan up on the bed. As soon as Yunruoyan sat up, she immediately felt something amiss. Her eyes widened as she looked at her abdomen, which was completely flat. Where's the child? Yunruoyan grabbed Li Mo's arm in fear. Li Mo, where's our child? The dream of the child's sudden disappearance flooded Yunruoyan's mind, causing her to panic even more. Yunruoyan clutched Li Mo's arm as tightly as she could, her already large eyes widening as she stared at him. Yen, don't be afraid. Listen to me. Li Mo pulled Yunruoyan into his embrace and patted her back comfortingly. Our child's fine, he's fine. Really? Yunruoyan struggled out of Li Mo's embrace, but she continued to stare at him with her large eyes. Li Mo's heart ached to see her like this. Of course I'm telling the truth. When have I ever lied to you? Li Mo wasn't wrong. He had never intentionally lied to Yunruoyan. The child was still here just now. The nanny carried him out to feed him, and Li Luo will bring him back in after she's done. Look, that's our child's bed. Li Mo pointed at the crib by the side. Is our son really fine? Yunruoyan finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed into Li Mo's embrace. That's great, our son's fine. With me here, you'll all be fine, Li Mo assured her. Yen, how did you know that he's still a son? Li Mo's tone turned resolute as he lowered his head to look at Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan's lips curled up in a gentle smile. I had a dream. In the dream, there was a little boy who called me mother. He was very cute, with a head of black hair. The strangest thing about him was his eyes, which could change color, sometimes black, sometimes blue, and sometimes scarlet. He was also very smart, learning how to fly on a sword in less than 3 days. Oh, right, have you given him a name yet? Not yet. I'm waiting for you to name him together with me, Li Mo replied. I do have a name in mind, but I'd like to wait for you to name him. Let's see if our names are the same. As she spoke, Yunruoyan fell asleep again. When she woke up again, she saw her and Li Mo's child in front of her. The child was the same as in her dream, with black hair, fair skin, and large black eyes that did not change color. Li Mo said that the child was still young, and many of his special abilities couldn't be revealed yet. This was the first child in history to possess both the demonic and silver dragon bloodlines. Because there were no precedents, his special abilities were unknown, but they were certain to be very powerful. When it came time to name the child, Yunruoyan and Li Mo each took a pen and wrote down the name they had in mind. When they looked closely, they found that their names were exactly the same. Sun Moyen. Yunruoyan and Liemo read out the name at the same time. Liemo thought that Yunruoyan would write it as Li. His original surname was Sun, but he had always used it in public. Alright, the child's name will be Sun Moyen, and his nickname will be Li Yen. Liemo caressed Sun Moyen's face as he slept quietly in Yunruoyan's arms. 3 days later, Yunruoyan's body was getting better, but the doctor told her to stay in bed. Ruoyan, Peony, and Shilon have been kneeling outside for 2 days and 2 nights. Have you thought of what to do with them? Li Luo asked casually, then took Li Yen from Yunruoyan's arms and went to change his diaper. Yunruoyan stared blankly. They've been kneeling outside for 2 days. Liemo had forbidden his servants to tell Yunruoyan about this matter, and only Li Luo had dared to tell her in secret. Based on His Highness's personality in the past, those 2 girls wouldn't have survived until now. Li Luo's hands were busy, and she didn't even raise her head. But His Highness knew that you had a deep relationship with them, so he hesitated to punish them. Logically speaking, they should be punished for murdering their mistress and causing you and the young master to suffer so much. However, the 2 of them were also bewitched and threatened, and they were so remorseful that they both committed suicide to atone for their sins. If His Highness hadn't protected them with spiritual energy, they would have died on the spot. Sister Li Luo, Yunruoyan called out. Let them in. Chapter 449. Li Luo walked in with Peony and Shilon. As soon as the 2 maids saw Yunruoyan, they knelt down. Miss, we've let you down. We deserve to die. Miss, please punish us severely. The 2 maids were practically prostrating themselves on the ground, too ashamed to raise their heads to look at Yunruoyan. Are Ah Bao and Ah Zhao feeling better? Yunruoyan asked coolly. Both of them, Peony replied, choking on her words. His Highness brought us the antidote. Because we were poisoned too deeply, we won't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. However, the physician said that our lives won't be in danger after taking the antidote, and that we'll be able to recover with time. Miss, we harmed you, but you and His Highness are still willing to spare our lives and save our children. Shilon cried. We really won't be able to repay your kindness in our next life. When Yunruoyan found out that these 2 maids, whom she had always trusted so much, had poisoned her, she had been very disappointed and hurt. But now that she was a mother herself, she knew that a mother would sometimes do things for her children that she herself wouldn't be able to forgive. Moreover, these 2 maids had been deceived. Li Luo has told me everything about you, Yunruoyan replied coolly. You've all been used by Yunruoyu. She's cunning and vicious, and she's your mistress, so it's understandable that you'd be controlled by her. Miss, the 2 maids slowly raised their heads and looked at Yunruoyan gratefully. However, Yunruoyan's tone suddenly turned cold. But I can't keep anyone who's betrayed me by my side, no matter the reason. Peony and Shilon lowered their heads again, tears welling up in their eyes and dripping onto the floor, making a large patch of the floor wet. Li Luo, arrange for them to leave, Yunruoyan ordered. Li Luo glanced at Yunruoyan, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately decided against it. Yes, Your Highness. Peony, Shilon, follow me. Peony and Shilon remained kneeling on the floor, motionless for a long time. Li Luo, take them out. I'm going to rest. Yunruoyan's tone was impatient. The 2 of them finally got up and looked at Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan was already lying down with her back to them, and the 2 of them kowtowed to her. Miss, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again after today. Please accept our bow. To be able to serve you in this life is our greatest blessing. It's just that Shilon and I didn't know how to appreciate it. I hope that in our next lives, we can still be your maids, said Peony. If I can't be a maid, I'm willing to be a cow or a horse, Shilan said. All right, Her Highness wants to rest. Follow me, said Li Luo. The two of them finally stood up and followed Li Luo out of the room, turning back every few steps. Yunruoyan lay on her side, her eyes closed. After a long while, she heard footsteps approaching. Have they all been sent away? Before Li Luo could reply, Yunruoyan felt someone sit down by her side. She opened her eyes and turned around to see Liemo. You're back. Yunruoyan smiled. The sadness in her eyes had lessened considerably because of the man in front of her. I heard from Li Luo that you've punished those two maids. Liemo caressed Yunruoyan's cheeks. Yes, I chased them out. Yunruoyan lowered her eyes. They've been with me for so long, and they even tried to harm me. I can't keep such ungrateful people by my side. You're right, Liemo replied. Someone who dares to harm my woman and child is useless in this world. Yunruoyan was startled by Liemo's tone. Don't tell me that Peony and Shilan. Liemo looked at Yunruoyan. Didn't you say that they were useless? No, Yunruoyan hurriedly replied. I'm saying that I can't keep them by my side, not that I want their lives. After all, they protected me when I was weak. Although I made a mistake this time, I didn't cause any irreversible damage, so it's still understandable. You mustn't hurt them. Then what do you mean, Let them go. My relationship with them ends here, Yunruoyan said. Liemo's lips curved into a smile. As far as I know, not only did you arrange for people to protect the four of them, but you've also made plans for their future. Even if they leave the capital, they'll be able to live a carefree life. Indeed, I can't hide anything from you, slaughtering king. Yunruoyan sighed. At first, I was angry that two people I trusted had tried to harm me, but when I thought about it, I realized that the two girls must have been living a life worse than death for the past 3 years, and that all of this was because of me. If not for the fact that they had a child, they would never have done anything to harm me. As a result, I forgave them the moment I saw that Li Yan was safe. Then why did you chase them away? Because they had a child, and they had something to worry about. Our enemies have always been strong, and we don't know when the people by our side will be in danger. Peony and Shilan are no longer suitable to stay by my side. Yunruoyan sighed. In that case, I can only give them a future where they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and I won't disappoint them. All right, as you wish. Liemo looked at Yunruoyan dotingly. In Liemo's mind, since Peony and Shilan were Yunruoyan's servants, their lives should belong to Yunruoyan. No matter what the reason was, once they betrayed their master, they would have to pay with their lives. This was a rule deeply ingrained in the hearts of the guards. However, for Yunruoyan's sake, Liemo was willing to compromise. Yunruoyan lay in Liemo's embrace. As soon as she closed her eyes, she suddenly remembered something important. She opened her eyes and sat up. Liemo, I have something very important to tell you. What is it? Liemo asked when he saw Yunruoyan's reaction. You've heard about what happened to Su Dong and Su Shi, right? Yunruoyan didn't get straight to the point. Yes, I do. I saw Su Shi's fatal wound, and it was a spiritual attack that only a sword saint could have unleashed. It was Yunlan, Yunruoyan replied. After you left, I returned to the Yun Manor and found that something was amiss, so I sent Su Dong and Su Shi to investigate. Yunruoyan told Liemo everything that had happened. Are you saying that your mother is currently in the Yun Manor's fragrant blossom garden? Liemo looked at Yunruoyan's shocked expression. I was also shocked when Su Shi revealed this information, but this is information that Su Dong and Su Shi exchanged with their lives. Whether it's true or not, it's worth investigating, Yun Ruoyan replied. I've been waiting for your return these past few days. We have to go to the fragrant blossom garden to take a look. Leave this matter to me. I'll go to the Yun Manor tonight, Liemo replied. I've been resting with you for more than 10 days, and my body's almost fully recovered. Liemo frowned, and Yun Ruoyan hurriedly added, if you don't let me go, I won't be able to rest at ease at home. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of place this fragrant blossom garden is, and whether my mother is really hidden there. Your Highness, the Lin sisters are here to see you. Just as Liemo and Yun Ruoyan were talking, Li Luo came in to report. Sister Li Luo, let them in. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly urged. These past few days, the Lin sisters had visited quite often. At first, they would visit once a day, but now, they would visit every 2 to 3 days. Afraid that they would worry, Yun Ruoyan hadn't told them about Peony and Shilan's poisoning, so the two sisters simply thought that she had given birth prematurely. Sister Ruoyan, you look much better today. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen entered the room one after the other and greeted Liemo as soon as they saw him. Liemo instructed them to spend more time with Yun Ruoyan before leaving the room. How's grandfather doing? Yun Ruoyan asked the Lin sisters. She had only visited the Lin Manor once since her return, and she hadn't had a chance to visit again. He was just shocked when he heard that you'd given birth prematurely. He was so happy to hear that you and your mother were safe and sound that he'd been wanting to visit him for a long time, but he was afraid that it wouldn't be convenient. Lin Qingchen smiled. As soon as I feel better, I'll bring Yen to see him. Sister Ruoyan, there's something you might not know, Lin Qingxue suddenly said. What is it? The third miss of the Yun family, Yun Ruoyu. She's been chosen to go to the Mo Kingdom for a marriage alliance. A marriage alliance? Is this news reliable? Yun Ruoyan was a little surprised. The Mo Kingdom is the weakest kingdom on the Qinyuan continent, while the Li Kingdom is the dominant kingdom on the Qinyuan continent. There's no reason for the Li Kingdom to initiate a marriage alliance, is there? Sister, you might not know this, but a duke from the Mo Kingdom came to pay his respects and presented Emperor Li with a very precious fish core. Emperor Li was so pleased that he promised to fulfill one of his wishes. He said that because he was too ugly, he hadn't been able to find a beautiful wife, and that he wanted to find a beautiful one in the Li Kingdom. Emperor Li had a few portraits of the daughters of important officials prepared for him, and he chose Yun Ruoyu immediately. Lin Qingxue smiled. Although the Lin sisters hadn't interacted much with Yun Ruoyu, they knew that she was a troublesome young miss, and they clapped their hands in glee when they heard that she had been chosen. When Sister Ruoyu and I heard the news, we were surprised as well, but when we remembered that Yun Ruoyu had been chosen, we felt inexplicably happy. The Mo Kingdom is by the sea, and life is hard there. They eat fish for 3 meals a day, and they rarely eat wheat or rice. I wonder if the third miss of the Yun family will be able to survive there. Lin Qingxue's smile was sinister. Yun Ruoyan also had a faint smile on her face. She had already guessed that Liemo was most likely the culprit behind all this. Liemo had once said that anything that harmed her and her child was unnecessary, but to kill someone like Yun Ruoyu was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Yun Ruoyu had been greedy for power and vanity since she was a child. To marry her off to a faraway land, far away from all the prosperity that she had longed for, to spend the rest of her life with an ugly, vulgar man, was truly a cruel punishment. Given Yun Ruoyu's personality, how could she be willing? Of course she didn't want to, so I lent her some bewitching powder. By the time she woke up, the matter was already settled and she was already in the Mo Kingdom. As a weak girl without a cultivation, she would have no choice but to resign herself to her fate, Liemo replied. Yun Ruoyan had died once, so she didn't think death was all that frightening. What was truly frightening was living a life worse than death. As a result, she was very satisfied with Li Mo's decision. Yun Ruoyan didn't know what the fragrant blossom garden was, and she had never heard of it in her decade of living in the manor. As such, she had no choice but to bring Li Mo to a secluded location. On a small path not far from her cottage, Li Mo suddenly stopped. Yun Ruoyan turned around. "What's the matter? Did you discover something?" "There's a rather powerful formation nearby," Li Mo replied. Yun Ruoyan followed Li Mo into a thicket by the side of the path. After about 200 steps, the two of them arrived at a place surrounded by fake mountains. "This is a maze formation," Li Mo explained. Yun Ruoyan had some impression of such a formation. A long time ago, when she and Li Mo had gone to the Yuelu villa to rescue the beastkin, they had encountered such a formation. Li Mo walked along the fake mountains according to a set pattern, and Yun Ruoyan followed closely behind him. In less than 5 minutes, Li Mo had broken through the formation. Li Mo held Yun Ruoyan's hand as they stepped out of the formation, and the scene before them changed dramatically. Under the moonlight, there was a 2-story building built on the water. It was connected to the ground by a stone bridge made of white jade. On both sides of the bridge, there were railings inlaid with moonlight stones. The moonlight stones shone dimly on the bridge and the water, making the scene in front of them look like a dream. "So this is the fragrant blossom garden," Li Mo murmured. Li Mo murmured, his gaze landing on a plaque on the roof of the house. Yun Ruoyan had also seen the plaque, "Fragrant Blossom Garden." Subconsciously, Yun Ruoyan was about to step onto the stone bridge when Li Mo stopped her and brought her across the water to the side of the building. Both Su Dong and Su Shi's concealment techniques were top-notch, but they had still been discovered by Yun Lan. If they weren't careful enough, they might not be able to see what they wanted to see. The two of them hid by the window. The window was closed, and there was no sound from within. However, Yun Lan seemed to be in the middle of circulating his spiritual energy, so the aura within was very obvious. Yun Ruoyan took out her dagger and stabbed it into the crack of the window, using the most primitive method to open it. She carefully pushed the window open bit by bit. White cold air seeped out from the gap of the window and wrapped around her hand that was pushing the window open. Just then, a voice rang out from within the house. "You're finally here." It was Yun Lan's voice. Yun Ruoyan's hand paused, and Li Mo immediately pushed the window open and jumped into the house, shielding Yun Ruoyan behind him. "Slaughtering King, you're here too." Yun Lan's voice rang out once more. Yun Ruoyan followed Yun Lan into the house. The walls were inlaid with luminous pearls, and through the hazy, frosty air, Yun Ruoyan could finally see the interior of the house. About 30 to 40 feet away from them, there was a bed that was as green as jade, and there was a steady stream of cold air coming out from the bed. 2 people sat cross-legged on the bed. The woman was dressed in red, and her entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of frosty air, making it difficult to see her face. Behind her was a man who seemed to be circulating his spiritual energy into the woman's body through his palms. The man's hair was white, and upon closer inspection, Yun Ruoyan realized that it was none other than Yun Lan. Could the woman in red be her mother, Lin Yuemei? "Father, what's going on?" Yun Ruoyan blurted out. "You guessed right. This is your mother, Lin Yuemei," Yun Lan replied, his hand still infusing spiritual energy into Lin Yuemei's body. "Tell me, what's going on here?" Yun Ruoyan clenched her fists, no longer able to suppress the confusion in her heart. Why was it that her mother had been living in the same courtyard as her all those years ago, but she hadn't known it all? Why was it that, despite being a motherless child for so many years, her mother was only a few hundred feet away from her own residence? What made Yun Ruoyan even more pitiful was that, in her past life, she had missed the chance to meet her mother. Even when she had died, she hadn't known that her mother was still alive. Her confusion, depression, and grief welled up in her heart. She couldn't help raising her voice. Tell me, what's going on here? Yen, he's channeling his spiritual energy. If you interrupt him now, his life might be in danger. Liemo pulled Yun Ruoyan back, preventing her from advancing any further. If he dies, you won't be able to get the answer you want. Yun Ruoyan forcefully controlled herself, so much so that her entire body began to tremble. Liemo held her in his arms, trying to calm her down. Ruoyan, give me a moment. I'll give you an explanation, Yunlan began. More than 2 hours later, at around midnight, Yunlan finally stopped channeling his spiritual energy. When he removed his hands from Lin Yuamei's body, the dense, chilly air surrounding her immediately dissipated. Although there was still some lingering air from the ice bed, Yun Ruoyan could vaguely make out Lin Yuamei's face. It was a face that bore a striking resemblance to her own, one that had appeared in her dreams countless times since she was a child. She had once danced beneath a peach blossom tree in a red dress, and she had once held her in her arms to comfort her. But those were all dreams, and when she awoke, there was nothing. But now, Lin Yuamei was right in front of her, no more than 30 feet away. Liemo, tell me this isn't a dream, I'm not dreaming. Yun Ruoyan clutched Liemo's hands tightly. Yen, this isn't a dream. What you're seeing is real. Mother. Yun Ruoyan finally called out. Her voice was extremely soft, as if she were afraid that she would leave if she woke up. Yunlan placed Lin Yuamei gently on the ice bed, then had Yun Ruoyan and Liemo follow him. Liemo's cultivation was now far superior to Yunlan's, so he wasn't afraid of any tricks. He pulled Yun Ruoyan along as they followed Yunlan. Yun Ruoyan's gaze lingered on Lin Yuamei's body until Liemo pulled her into the room next door. The cold in the room next door was much weaker, but it was still chilly. Yunlan's face was pale. He didn't know if it was because he had used too much energy or because he had stayed in this cold environment for too long. Slaughtering King, please take a seat. Yunlan bowed politely to Liemo, there's no hot tea here. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Official Yun, I'm not here as a guest. I'm here to find Yen-er's mother. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Yun Ruoyan stared fixedly at Yunlan, all her emotions and resentment clear in her eyes. Actually, when I discovered those 2 guards, I guessed that they were from the Slaughtering King's manor. Apart from the Slaughtering King's manor, there's no other guard in the entire kingdom with such a high cultivation and stubbornness. From then on, I knew that you'd come looking for me. Yunlan avoided Yun Ruoyan's gaze. If you knew, why didn't you hide? Were you waiting for us? Yun Ruoyan asked coldly. That's right. Yunlan suddenly smiled. I'd thought that I'd keep this secret for the rest of my life. But now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to reveal it. Yun Ruoyan listened quietly to Yunlan's story, her thoughts drifting back to more than a decade ago. As it turned out, Yunlan had known about Qin Jinmei's jealousy toward Lin Yuamei from the start. He had wanted to stop the 2 of them from dating, but Lin Yuamei's attitude toward him had fluctuated wildly. As a result, he had wanted to use Qin Jinmei to test Lin Yuamei. What Yunlan hadn't expected, however, was that the seemingly harmless Qin Jinmei was actually harboring malicious intentions. She had poisoned Lin Yuamei with an extremely rare and insidious broodmother parasite. Just as Lin Yuamei was about to succumb to the poison, Yunlan obtained an ice bed from the extreme north. This ice bed could completely seal a person's blood vessels in ice, causing them to freeze in place for an eternity. As a result, Yunlan fed Lin Yuamei a death-feigning elixir, then deceived both the Yun and Lin families, bringing Lin Yuamei out of her tomb and hiding her in the Fang residence. Chapter 451. At first, Yunlan didn't know that Qin Jianmei was the culprit behind Lin Yuamei's affliction until Yun Ruoyan discovered the truth. After learning the truth, Yunlan regretted his actions. It was he who had caused Ling Yuemei to lie in a coma for more than a decade. For the past decade, I've been searching everywhere for a cure for the poison in Yuemei's body, but the poison has already seeped deep into her bones. Recently, I found a way to save Yuemei, Yunlan said. What way? Yun Ruoyan asked hurriedly. The yin-yang life-changing technique, Yunlan replied. Give my lifespan to Yuemei. Yun Ruoyan was a little taken aback. Not to mention, she had never heard of the yin-yang life-changing technique before, but she had never heard of it before. Yunlan's affection for her mother was far beyond Yun Ruoyan's expectations, and her resentment toward him lessened by a great deal. I've unintentionally discovered that Ruoyu has two demonic beasts in her possession, and they're truly necessary tools for the yin-yang life-changing technique. Yunlan took out the Bodhisattva and the Buddha. Yun Ruoyan was surprised that the two beasts hadn't been burned to ashes, and that Yunlan was using them to save her mother. The yin-yang life-changing technique requires 81 days, and half of that time has passed. I can already clearly sense the vitality in Yuemei's body. Yunlan's face lit up. The next part of the technique will be extremely important, and I can't afford to be disturbed. I'll have to leave the affairs of the manor to you. Although Yunlan had been in the brothel all this time, he had his own ways of knowing what was happening outside, including Yun Ruoyu's situation. However, Yun Ruoyu had tried to harm Yun Ruoyan, and Yunlan didn't think that Liemo would spare her life. Marrying her off to a distant family was the best outcome he could hope for, so he had no intention of pleading on her behalf. Don't worry, the Yun family will be handed over to my brother in the future. I don't want to see this happen either, Yun Ruoyan replied. Tomorrow, I'll take over the Yun family and reorganize it. If I may be so bold as to make a request, Yunlan began. Yunlan continued, I've been ill for many days, and the people in court are bound to be suspicious of me. There are many spies inside and outside the Yun residence, and I hope that the slaughtering king can help me out. Liemo glanced at Yun Ruoyan. Tomorrow, I'll have a secret guard stationed around the fragrant residence to ensure that no one disturbs you. Very well. Yunlan smiled. The next day, Yun Ruoyan brought Yen Imo into the Yun manor, as well as her servants from the slaughtering king's manor, as well as Li Luo. Because she was used to the Yun residence, as well as because it was close to the Yun. Your Highness, the housekeeper here is too outrageous, Qianxi complained as soon as she entered the room. Madam, Yun, Ruoyu, Li Qian, Qian, Lan, Yun, Yun, Lan, Yun, and Lan, and, Yun, and, Yun, and, Qian, Qing, Lan, Yun, Yun, Lan, Yun, Yun, said, Ling, Yun, Li, Yun, 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 Lan, and Lan, Yun, Tian, Yun, Wan, Yun. Recently, Li Yan had been very noisy and wouldn't sleep at all, so sleep during the day was very important to his growth. She hurriedly covered her mouth and was about to leave when Yun Ruoyan spoke. What's the matter? She replied in a small voice, I've asked the steward to send a few servants to help clean up the house, but I'm afraid he'll be too busy. Guess what he said? He said that you've come uninvited, and that they don't have the time to wait on you. He told us to do as we please, and that it'd be best if we could be self-sufficient. Although Qianxi's voice was small, she was able to imitate the butler's mannerisms perfectly. Yun Ruoyan should have been angry, but she was amused instead. Madam, why are you so amused? I'm going to die of anger. After all, we're servants of the slaughtering king's manor. The more Qianxi thought about it, the angrier she became. Although the slaughtering king's manor was very strict, apart from a few rules that had to be obeyed, the rest were quite lax. In particular, the relationship between the servants had always been very harmonious. This was the first time she'd encountered such a situation, and she didn't know how to retaliate. Go get that butler, I'll help you vent your anger. Yun Ruoyan smiled. I can't get him to come. I told him to look for Madam if he's dissatisfied, but he said. Qian, she imitated the servant's tone. I'm the head butler of the Yun Manor, and I'm not subject to the slaughtering king's orders. Other than Third Miss, I don't listen to anyone else in this manor. But Third Miss is no longer in the manor, so no one can control me now. Indeed, you should be disciplined. Yun Ruoyan stopped laughing. She really didn't know where Yun Ruoyu had gotten all these useless things from, but she'd actually stuffed them all into the Yun household. Now, Yun Ruoyan strongly suspected that Yun Ruoyu was deliberately trying to destroy the Yun family. I'll go. Once Li Luo was sure that Li Luo was fast asleep, she stood up. I'd like to see what kind of ruthless character this butler is. In less than half a stick of incense's time, Qinshi ran in a panic. Princess, it's bad. Sister Li Luo is fighting with that housekeeper. What a ruthless character. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but frown as she took a look at little Li Yan who was in the cradle. The little fellow was sleeping very soundly as his brows were relaxed and his little mouth would occasionally move. Probably he was drinking milk in his dreams. Qian Shi, stay here and look after the young master. I'll go take a look. Yun Ruoyan walked out of the room. A mere butler like you actually has such a high cultivation. Who exactly are you? Li Luo had already exchanged more than a dozen blows with the slightly plump butler, and they'd all ended in a draw. I didn't expect a servant from the Slaughtering King's Manor to be so powerful. It looks like the Slaughtering King's Manor is indeed a formidable place. Li Luo's cultivation had broken through to the peak of 8th rank 2 years ago, but because she was stuck at a bottleneck, she hadn't been able to advance any further. However, on the Qinyuan continent, she rarely met a worthy opponent. Who would have thought that a mere butler would be able to fight her to a draw? Could he be a hidden expert? Li Luo didn't dare to let her guard down. But in that split second of distraction, she was surrounded by a dozen spiritual fireballs. These fireballs were extremely hot, and the slightest contact with her body immediately set her clothes on fire. Ha ha! The plump butler laughed. Everyone else likes to watch beauties bathe, but I like to watch beauties bathe in fire. When Yun Ruoyan arrived, she saw Li Luo pathetically trying to extinguish the flames on her body, and the flames in Yun Ruoyan's heart were immediately ignited. On the Qinyuan continent, someone in the Yun Manor dared to bully one of her own, and this person was going to be her future sister-in-law, the true mistress of the Yun Manor. Without another word, Yun Ruoyan released a large fireball in Li Luo's direction. As soon as the fireball came into contact with the circle of flames, it was as if it were a magnet, instantly drawing the flames to itself. The large fireball became a large fireball in its own right. Yun Ruoyan waved her hand, and the large fireball flew back into her palm, turning into a marble-sized fireball that spun in the air. Ruoyan. Li Luo extinguished the flames on her body and walked to Yun Ruoyan's side. There's something strange about this butler. Yun Ruoyan nodded, then turned to the fat butler. Who are you, exactly? Why did you hide in the Yun Manor, and why did you purposely reveal your identity? Who's the mastermind behind all this? Yun Ruoyan held on to the spinning fireball, her expression calm and composed, but the anger in her eyes was clear. She asked 3 questions in a row, but the fat butler didn't answer a single one. He was still shocked by Yun Ruoyan's profound cultivation. This was the first time he'd seen someone who could control a fireball so perfectly. A thin layer of sweat had formed on the butler's forehead. I'd thought that the manor lord had given me a good job, but I didn't expect to be sent here as cannon fodder. The Slaughtering King's consort's cultivation is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid I'm going to die this time. Her Highness is asking you a question. If you're not mute, hurry up and answer. Li Luo shouted. Her Highness, my name is Gudazhuang, and I'm just an ordinary butler. It was Miss Ruoyu who invited me here, and there's no mastermind behind all this. If you don't believe me, you can have Miss Ruoyu confront me." The fat butler replied. "Nonsense," Yun Ruoyan replied coldly. With a single glance, she could tell that this self-proclaimed Gudazhuang wasn't a pushover. She would have to use extreme methods to deal with him, or else she wouldn't be able to get what she wanted out of his mouth. She didn't want to waste any more words with him. She flicked the fireball at Gudazhuang. The fireball turned into a blur and appeared in front of Gudazhuang in an instant, then split into a ring of smaller fireballs that trapped him within. Yun Ruoyan's technique was much more powerful than before, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The flames of these fireballs wouldn't burn a person's clothes, but they were as hot as the sun, capable of roasting a person alive. "Her Highness, spare me, spare me. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Ruoyu." Gudazhuang had only been surrounded by the fireballs for a few blinks of an eye, but his clothes were already drenched in sweat. His originally plump and fair body had actually shrunk in the blink of an eye. Yun Ruoyan didn't doubt that in less than 2 hours, this plump man would become a dried-up corpse. "I don't listen to lies or nonsense. You only have 2 hours. After that, you won't be able to speak even if you want to," Yun Ruoyan threatened. Xiao Lian was still sleeping in her cottage, and Yun Ruoyan wanted to end this quickly so she could go back and take care of the baby. I can't say." Gudazhuang was sweating profusely, as if he were soaking in water. His round face was visibly shriveling up. He took a deep breath and said, "My entire family is in the hands of the Manor Lord. If I betray the Manor Lord, my entire family will die." Chapter 452. Now that Gudazhuang was a spy, Yun Ruoyan naturally wouldn't go easy on him. He wouldn't be able to escape his fate. She was surrounded by a group of servants from the Yun Manor, some of whom were elders that Yun Ruoyu had left behind, while others were newcomers of unknown origin. As they watched the plump, white man being roasted by the fireballs, their faces paled, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Yun Ruoyan raised her eyes and swept her gaze across the crowd. Those who looked at her immediately lowered their heads. Yun Ruoyan had spoken. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Yun family, and all the elders here should recognize me. Although I've married into the slaughtering king's manor, I'm not completely unrelated to the Yun family. Right now, my father is hiding from the public, Ruoyu is married to an outsider, the first young master is fighting a rebellion, and my grandmother is bedridden. I'm duty-bound to take on the responsibility of managing the Yun family, and I don't care what you're thinking or planning. If you don't want to stay, you can pay your wages and leave immediately. If you want to stay, do your job well. If I find out that any of you are disloyal, you'll end up like him." Yun Ruoyan pointed at Gudazhuang, her tone cold and hard. By now, Gudazhuang had become a corpse. With a wave of Yun Ruoyan's hand, the dimmed fireballs flew toward Gudazhuang on the ground, instantly incinerating him to ashes. "What do you think, lass? The fireball technique I taught you is an upgraded version of the fireball technique. Impressive, right?" On the way back to her rooms, the demonic dragon patriarch's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. "Once you inherit the position of the demonic dragon family head, I'll teach you even more powerful techniques. You can also continue practicing the demonic dragon technique when you're free. I'll protect you with my real body, and I'm sure you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. By then, your cultivation might even surpass Li Mo's." Yun Ruoyan didn't respond to the patriarch's words. As soon as Yun Ruoyan entered her rooms, she sensed that something was amiss. The 2 servants she had brought from the slaughtering king's manor were still busy cleaning, but there was an unfamiliar aura in the room. She quickly walked into the room and saw Qianqi sprawled on the floor beside her cradle. The cradle was swaying back and forth, but it was empty. Yun Ruoyan felt her head explode. Not good. He had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. "Little master, where's little master?" Li Luo's face paled. Just as she was about to check on Qinshi, Yunruoyan flashed past her and flew out of the back window. The man's aura hadn't dissipated, and he hadn't been gone for long. Yunruoyan chased after him as fast as she could. Yunruoyan raised her flying sword and saw a black dot on the horizon. She pushed Qitong's speed to the limit and chased after it without a care in the world. A short while later, she caught up to the man. He was wearing a hood that covered his face, and when she turned around, she saw that he was carrying an infant in his arms. "Return the child to me, and I'll spare your life." Yunruoyan stared at the infant in his arms. "If you want children, I'll give them to you." The man threw the swaddle far away, and the shrill cries of a baby could be heard. Frightened out of her wits, Yunruoyan chased after the infant. The man took the opportunity to escape on his sword. Yunruoyan successfully caught the infant in her arms and hurriedly checked on the child's condition, only to discover that the infant wasn't Xiao Lian at all. She had been tricked again. Yunruoyan stared coldly at the back of the man who had escaped on his sword, and her killing intent surged. She reached out and grabbed at the man, and a scarlet fireball appeared in her palm. Yunruoyan swung her hand, and the fireball shot toward the man, whistling through the air. The fireball entered his body, and with a bang, the man turned into a bloody mist before he could even react. Since Gedazhuang had chosen to die, there was no point in keeping him alive. When Yunruoyan returned to her rooms with the infant in her arms, Qinshi was still breathing, waiting for Yunruoyan. She had grown up in the Slaughtering King's manor and had some cultivation. However, the enemy had come in from the back window, appeared suddenly, and dealt a heavy blow. Qinshi didn't even have time to resist before she was ambushed from behind. The back of her head was almost smashed in by a hard object. Yunruoyan quickly fed her a life-saving spiritual pill and infused spiritual energy into her to treat her injuries. Qinshi finally opened her eyes, but it was only a momentary recovery. "Your Highness, there were 2 people who came, and they left after reporting to the young master." Qinshi grabbed Yunruoyan's sleeves. "I heard them say that they would split up, one to lure you away, and the other to bring the young master back to report to the manor lord." Qinshi closed her eyes forever. The enemy was both cruel and cunning. She had killed Gedazhuang, and they had immediately killed her servant. First, they had used Gedazhuang as bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and then they had used a fake child to confuse the public and successfully abducted her child. Liemo arrived at night, and when Yunruoyan saw Liemo, she couldn't hold on any longer. Large droplets of tears flowed down her cheeks, but she couldn't make a sound. Liemo was worried about Li Yan, but he also felt sorry for Yunruoyan. In his heart, he had already sentenced the person who had abducted his child and injured his woman to death. "Liemo, it's all my fault. I didn't look after Li Yan, it's all my fault," Yunruoyan said in a daze. "Your Highness, you fell for the trap because you wanted to save me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me." Li Luo's eyes were red, and it seemed that she had cried a lot. "Li Yan will be fine," Liemo comforted. Liemo comforted her. "No matter who kidnapped him, they must want something from us, and they wouldn't dare to hurt him." This wasn't hard to think of, but Yunruoyan had been too worried to think of it. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait for them to state their conditions?" Yunruoyan asked anxiously. "I've already sent people to investigate in secret, and I've thought of someone." Yunruoyan suddenly thought of something. "I've heard that person is the manor lord." Li Mo's eyes were as cold as ice. "It's most likely the person I'm thinking of." Not long after, on the night of the second day, a servant left a flying sword at the front door of the Yun family. A letter was tied to the tip of the sword. Liemo was invited to the Yuelu villa that night, and the child was in Limeau's hands, warning him not to act rashly. Within the Yuelu villa, the manor lord, Dong Tiehe, and the 4th prince, Li Qianyue, were anxiously awaiting the arrival of a certain person. More accurately, they were awaiting the arrival of the emperor. The two of them had mixed feelings, because they had never imagined that they would be kneeling and kowtowing to someone they had once looked down on. In their eyes, even if all the princes were dead, the throne might not necessarily fall to a prince born by a servant girl. However, the development of events was often unexpected. The prince born by this servant girl actually succeeded in ascending to the throne with shocking methods, climbing to a position that they had to look up to. Fourth brother, the manor lord, please rise. Li Qianyuan alighted from the carriage and hurriedly helped Dong Tiehe and Li Qianhan to their feet. His actions successfully dispelled the anxiety in their hearts. Brother, we've done everything you've asked of us, Li Qianyue replied. Led by Dong Tiehe and Li Qianyue, Li Qianyuan entered a room. There were maids and a wet nurse in the room, and of course, a cradle. Little Lian was currently in the cradle, looking around with wide eyes. The child had been abducted from his mother's side and brought to a strange place, but he didn't cry or make a fuss, as if he were curious about his surroundings. Li Qianyuan could see the shadow of his mother through the child's bright eyes. Li Qianyuan could clearly remember the scene of Yun Ruoyan walking into the garden in his mother's palace gown. He felt as if all the flowers in the garden had become more beautiful and fragrant because of her presence. Your Majesty, this is the slaughtering king's child, Dong Tiehe began. We've already sent him an invitation as per your Majesty's wishes. Li Qianyuan's gaze moved away from the cradle. Today, I'll be meeting my uncle here. At dusk, Li Mo brought Su Bei and Su Nan to the Yuela villa. Given Li Mo's cultivation, no matter how dangerous the task, he would always act alone. Su Nan and Su Bei were no longer of much use, and he had only brought them along to reassure Dong Tiehe. The Yuela villa was as lively as ever. As soon as Li Mo's trio entered, Dong Tiehe came to welcome them. Where's my son? Li Mo asked as soon as he entered the courtyard. What do I have to do to return him to me? The slaughtering king, Dong Tiehe began. Dong Tiehe said, You really think too highly of me. I'm just the manor lord of a small mountain village. How would I dare to have ideas about you? There's someone else who wants to negotiate with you. Li Mo frowned and followed Dong Tiehe into one of the rooms, where there was indeed someone waiting for him. Uncle, long time no see. Li Qianyuan stood up and looked at Li Mo with a warm smile. Li Mo paused for a moment, then strode over. You're the one who abducted my son. Li Mo looked at Li Qianyuan coldly. What do you want from me? Uncle, please sit. Li Qianyuan leisurely poured a cup of wine for Li Mo. I've invited you to the palace many times, but you've always refused with all sorts of excuses. That's why I had no choice but to come up with this plan to see you. Chapter 453. Li Qianyuan didn't know of Li Mo's true parentage, but Li Mo was the only elder in the Li kingdom who could threaten him. Coupled with Li Mo's reputation, Li Qianyuan had always been worried that Li Mo's return would pose a threat to the throne he'd worked so hard to obtain. Li Qianyuan had even prepared a series of life and death struggles, but Li Mo hadn't made a single move to restore order since his return. Gradually, Li Qianyuan began to relax, and he began to think of ways to win Li Mo over to his side. Ever since Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan had returned to the capital, Li Qianyuan had tried to summon Li Mo more than once on behalf of the emperor, but Li Mo had always refused. During this period of time, Li Qianyuan had received news that Li Mo had been leaving the capital frequently, but he hadn't been able to trace his whereabouts. Li Qianyuan couldn't keep his cool any longer. Although Li Qianyuan had ascended to the throne, he often felt uneasy because his position wasn't legitimate. As a result, he grew increasingly suspicious of Li Mo. As a result, Li Mo had become a thorn in his heart. Just then, Dong Tiehe, who had joined Li Qianyuan's side, suggested a solution. Your Majesty, if you want to beat a snake, hit it where it hurts. The slaughtering king is the snake that's threatening you right now. As long as you find his weak point and grab it tightly, you'll have the slaughtering king in your hands. Dong Tieha's intention was to kidnap Yun Ruoyan and Xiao Liyan together and then threaten Li Mo to be of use to him, but Yun Ruoyan's cultivation was very high and it was not easy to kidnap her, so he could only scheme to kidnap Xiao Liyan. Li Qianyuan didn't think that he could control Li Mo with the help of a mere child. If it turned out to be the opposite of what he wanted, he was afraid that he would die without a burial ground. After much consideration, he thought of a compromise method. You wanted to see me. I'm here now, Li Mo replied patiently. If you have anything to say, you can say it now. Li Qianyuan's smile didn't waver. I'd like to ask for an oath from you, Your Majesty. An oath? What oath? As long as you swear never to threaten me again, I'll immediately return your son to you, Li Qianyuan said. Oh. You want me to swear an oath? Li Mo sneered. Yes, swear to the gods and demons of the 9 heavens in the name of your wife and son. Li Qianyuan didn't seem to notice Li Mo's expression as it grew colder and colder. As long as you. Without waiting for Li Qianyuan to finish, Li Mo abruptly rose to his feet, reached out, and grabbed him by the neck. Li Qianyuan, you're the first person on the Qianyuan continent to dare threaten me like this, Li Mo said. Slaughtering King, please release His Majesty. Let's talk this out. Dong Tieha hurriedly stepped forward, and a dozen or so imperial guards drew their swords and surrounded Li Mo's trio. Su Nan and Su Bei stood on Li Mo's left and right, their weapons drawn, and the two sides faced off against each other. All of you, stand down. Li Qianyuan commanded. He was well aware of Li Mo's abilities, and these warriors couldn't even deal with his 2 secret guards, much less Li Mo himself. All he knew was that Li Mo cared about Yun Ruoyan and Li Yan. Uncle, as long as you swear an oath, I'll return the child to you immediately, Li Qianyuan said. But if you kill me, you'll never see the child again. Li Mo's grip tightened, and Li Qianyuan's face grew paler and paler. Just as he was about to lose his breath, Li Mo suddenly released him. Li Qianyuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Li Mo had finally relented. However, Li Mo only smiled mysteriously. Originally, I didn't want to care about how you fought for power, but you just had to seek your own death. Do you really think that you can threaten this king? Li Qianyuan's face turned cold. What do you mean? The child is in my hands, so don't you dare try anything funny. Before Li Mo could respond, a woman's voice rang out. Li Qianyuan, you're really courting death. Li Qianyuan looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a woman dressed in a light green chiffon dress. Her hair was as black as the clouds, and even though she didn't wear any makeup, she was still as beautiful as ever. However, the woman's expression was unsightly, and her gaze toward Li Qianyuan was filled with intense anger. This woman was none other than Yun Ruoyan, and in her arms was an infant, Li Yan. Manor Lord, Manor Lord. A warrior stumbled in and shouted to Dong Tieha, Manor Lord, it's not good. Someone broke in and took the young master away. As soon as the warrior finished speaking, he saw Yun Ruoyan, who was carrying the child. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground, pointed at her, and shouted incoherently, It's her, it's this demon. She stole the child and roasted several of our brothers into human jerky. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the slaughtering king's consort. Scram! Dong Tieha kicked the obviously frightened warrior before bowing to Yun Ruoyan. This servant was insensible and offended you, Your Highness. Please forgive me. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Dong Tieha from the corner of her eye and said coldly, Manor Lord, I'm afraid it's not that the servants aren't sensible. Rather, it's that you're bold enough to steal my child in broad daylight. I wouldn't dare, Dong Tieha hurriedly replied. I'm only working for the emperor. Yen, come here. Liamo stretched out his hand toward Yunruoyan, and only then did Yunruoyan's complexion improve. She smiled at Liamo before walking over with Li Yan in her arms. "Is the child all right?" Liamo asked as he looked at Li Yan, who was sleeping soundly in Yunruoyan's arms. "He's fine," Yunruoyan replied. "When I found him, he was still awake and full of energy, as if he'd just fallen asleep." "That's good." Only then did Liamo relax. He had Yunruoyan stand by the side as he turned his gaze back to Li Qinyuan, his eyes cold. "Uncle." Li Qinyuan's back went numb when he met his icy stare. "Uncle, I was only joking with you," he said. "You've gone a little too far." Li Mo's gaze was cold, and his tone even colder. "Originally, it had nothing to do with me who became emperor, but now, it seems that anyone can be emperor except you." Liamo was both shocked and angered by Li Mo's words. No matter what, he was still the emperor, and he had been on the throne for more than a year. No one else dared to speak to him like Liamo did. Moreover, Li Mo's words were so provocative that Li Qianshao couldn't accept them. Ever since he was young, he had known that Liamo was a formidable character. Even his own father and the other 3 emperors respected him. But no matter how formidable he was still a subject of a kingdom, and a subject had to obey the emperor's orders. But now, he was the emperor, and Liamo was the subject. "Uncle, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to rebel?" "Rebel? Ha!" Liamo laughed, as if he had forgotten who was the one who had rebelled first. "Rebellion isn't the right word for you. I'm merely cleaning up the mess." Liamo once again extended a hand toward Li Qinyuan. As if his hand possessed some sort of suction force, Li Qinyuan's neck was once more in Li Mo's grasp. "Guards! Guards!" Li Qinyuan shouted at the guards. "Your Highness, you mustn't kill the emperor." Dong Tie had tried to stop him, but he didn't do anything. Li Qianyue, who was standing by his side, called out to his brother and was about to step forward when Dong Tie stopped him. He subconsciously tried to turn around, but Dong Tie signaled with his eyes. "Don't go. Come back. My brother has been captured by the Slaughtering King. The Slaughtering King kills without batting an eyelid, and my brother is in danger. You'll only have a chance if he's dead. Otherwise, you'll never have a chance at the throne." Li Qianyue froze. The throne? He was also an imperial prince, and he had the right to ascend to the throne. Li Qianyuan had used extreme methods to become the emperor, and although Li Qianyue had some objections, he couldn't do anything about it. If Li Qianyuan were to die, then he would have a chance. Li Qianyue stopped dead in his tracks. "Quick, protect the emperor." Li Qianyuan's neck was in Li Mo's grasp, and he couldn't even put up a fight against Yunruoyan, let alone Liamo. Su Nan and Su Bei were more than enough to deal with a dozen imperial warriors, and Yunruoyan didn't even need to do anything. Li Qianyuan's vision darkened. He hadn't expected Liamo to actually kill him, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Liamo finally released his grip, and Li Qianyuan's body slumped to the ground, no longer able to breathe. The dozen or so imperial warriors were all killed by Su Nan and Su Bei. Dong Tie and Li Qianyue watched from the sidelines, as if none of this had anything to do with the two of them. When Li Mo's cold gaze landed on the two of them, Dong Tie immediately bowed. "Qianyue and I will keep our mouths shut about what happened today. Otherwise, we'll die a horrible death." Dong Tie didn't even wait for Liamo to speak before swearing the oath. "Li Qianyuan killed his father and usurped the throne, so there's no need to hide it," Liamo replied coolly. "You'll be in charge of informing the palace of the consequences." "Yes, Your Highness," Dong Tie replied. Liamo prepared to leave with Yunruoyan in his arms. Dong Tie and Li Qianyue followed closely behind to send them off. When they reached the gates, Liemo suddenly turned around and looked at them sharply. Manor Lord Dong, have you forgotten that beast men aren't allowed to be traded in the Li Kingdom? Dong Tieha's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly replied, I remember. That day, when I saw your highness's handwritten decree, I immediately released those beast men. If I hadn't known that they were under your highness's protection, I wouldn't have dared to do business with them. Then, this king will clearly tell you that every beast man on the Qing Yuan continent is under this king's protection. Do you understand? Yes, Dong Tieha replied. Liemo had even dared to kill Emperor Li. Killing Dong Tieha would be no more difficult than killing an ant. Dong Tieha was still very sensible of the situation. Chapter 454. Not long after Liemo left, Dong Tieha returned to his room, where a silver-robed, silver-masked man was waiting for him. I'm sorry for my incompetence, First Elder, Dong Tieha apologized to the silver-robed man. You're indeed incompetent. The silver-robed man's back was to Dong Tieha, but when he heard his words, he turned around and kicked Dong Tieha, forcing him back a few steps. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also audacious. The Silver Dragon Elder asked you to bring the slaughtering king's child to me, but you told him about it without my permission. Not only have you caused trouble, but you've also messed things up. I'll report this to the First Elder. The silver-robed man turned to leave, but he heard Dong Tieha's voice after taking 2 steps. Silver Dragon Envoy, please wait. I've already found the information you asked me to find out. The Silver Dragon Ambassador stopped in his tracks and turned around. Beneath the silver mask, a pair of bright eyes looked at Dong Tieha. Imperial Uncle Rong is currently locked up in the palace's dungeon, along with the Crown Prince and his accomplices. Originally, they were supposed to be executed after this, but there's no need for that now, Dong Tieha said. Li Qianyuan was just killed by the slaughtering king. The silver-robed man's eyes flickered as he asked, what do you mean? With Li Qianyuan's death, it's only a matter of time before all the officials he imprisoned are released. Once the new emperor ascends to the throne, he'll definitely pardon them. Dong Tieha smiled. So you don't have to worry about Uncle Rong's safety anymore. In that case, I'll have to thank you, Manor Master Dong. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Please put in a good word for me in front of the Silver Dragon Elder. Dong Tieha wasn't satisfied with being a mere manor master for the rest of his life. He wanted power, wealth, and, above all, power. By chance, he had become the Silver Dragon Elder's lackey on the Qinyuan continent, and had been working for him in secret. But as time passed, he realized that the Silver Dragon Elder couldn't give him what he wanted, and so he began to have second thoughts. Power, wealth, and strength. Strength depended on diligence and talent, and could not be forced. He already had wealth, so all that was left was power. If the Silver Dragon Elder couldn't give it to him, he wanted to obtain it himself. This time, Dong Tieha could tell that Li Qianyuan had been feeling uneasy ever since Li Mo's return, so he had come up with this idea. Unexpectedly, Li Qianyuan, who had always been cautious, had actually accepted his suggestion. Now that Li Qianyuan had been killed, his grandson, Li Qianyue, was the best candidate for the throne. As Li Qianyue's maternal grandfather, wasn't he the true emperor? On one hand, Dong Tieha had used the name of the Silver Dragon Elder to kidnap Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo's child, and on the other, he had used Li Mo's anger to get him to kill Li Qianyuan. Dong Tieha looked at the Silver Dragon Ambassador in front of him with a smile on his face. He thought that his technique was superb and no one could see through his true intentions. But he was wrong. In the next second, he heard a cold voice from under the silver mask. Manor Lord Dong, I'm afraid that someone won't let you have your way, ha. The Silver Dragon Ambassador's voice had been altered to make it unisex, hoarse and sinister. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Back in her cottage, Yun Ruoyan gently placed Li Yan in his cradle. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air for the past 2 days, finally relaxed. "It's all because of my negligence that Li Qianyuan was able to take advantage of me," Li Mo replied. "I just didn't expect him to be so bold as to threaten me with the person I care about the most." "There's something fishy about this," Yun Ruoyan commented. "I've interacted with Li Qianyuan a few times, and he doesn't seem like someone who'd lose his cool so easily." In fact, Li Mo had also sensed that something was amiss, but Li Qianyuan had crossed his bottom line. No matter what, Li Mo couldn't spare his life. "Now that you've killed Li Qianyuan, the throne is vacant, and the country can't afford to be without a ruler for even a day. Otherwise, the Li kingdom will fall into chaos, and the citizens will suffer. What do you plan to do?" "Help the new emperor," Li Mo replied. "Li Qianyuan stole the throne, and the people didn't approve of him from the start. They only succumbed to his tyranny. If I kill him, the people will surely cheer. Now, all I need to do is help the new emperor ascend the throne, so that the kingdom won't be without a ruler." "So you already have a candidate in mind?" Yun Ruoyan frowned. "It wouldn't be Li Qianhan, would it?" "That's him." Li Mo looked at Yun Ruoyan. Why do you look like that? Do you think he doesn't have the ability to be emperor?" "Not really," Li Mo replied. "Of course I don't doubt his ability, but given his personality, I'm afraid he wouldn't be willing to be emperor." As far as Yun Ruoyan knew, Li Qianhan was a very easygoing man. Although he was a prince, the throne had never been his goal. He was close to Li Mo, and he often helped him out, but he wasn't one of Li Mo's subordinates. In short, he was someone who didn't want to be tied down. "That depends on who makes him emperor." Li Mo smiled. "I have my own ways to make him emperor." When Li Qianyuan had initiated the coup, Li Qianhan had been traveling. By the time he returned, everything had been set in stone. When he had snuck into the palace, he had fallen into Li Qianyuan's trap. In the eyes of others, Li Qianhan had always been Li Mo's man, and he had never participated in any power struggles, so Li Qianyuan had no intention of taking his life. Li Qianyuan and Li Qianhan had come to an agreement. Li Qianhan swore to stay far away from the capital, while Li Qianyuan swore to be a good emperor to the people of the Li kingdom. Then, Li Qianhan left the capital to travel, not even returning when Li Mo returned. What Li Qianhan hadn't expected was that Li Qianyuan would be bold enough to provoke Li Mo, resulting in his death. This was karma. As soon as Li Qianhan received Li Mo's letter, he rushed back to the capital. "Uncle, you know me. How can I be the emperor?" When Li Mo asked him to be emperor, his face was full of shock. "You should know me. I'm not cut out for that. No one is born to be emperor. In my opinion, you're the most suitable person to be emperor," Li Mo replied coolly. "If even you can't be emperor, then I'm afraid no one else in the Li family can." "That's right, Qianhan," Yun Ruoyan chimed in. Yun Ruoyan also chimed in. "The country can't be without a ruler for a single day. Of all the princes, you're the one who cares the most about the commoners' suffering. Can you bear to see the commoners pass their days without a ruler to lead them?" Li Qianhan often traveled abroad, and he knew far more about the suffering of the people than any of the other princes. News of the new emperor's death at the hands of the slaughtering king had spread throughout the kingdom. On his way back, Li Qianhan had heard the terrified chatter of the people. "The kingdom can't go a day without an emperor, or there'll be unrest," Li Mo advised. Li Mo advised Li Qianhan earnestly, "No matter what, you have to temporarily sit on the throne and intimidate those who are interested. That's the most important thing right now." "But Li Qianhan was still unwilling to give up. In his heart, there was only the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers. He had never wanted to spend his days trapped in the palace ever since he came of age. "Qianhan," Li Mo replied sternly. "In my eyes, you've always been a man who sees the big picture. Now that the kingdom needs you, you can't disregard the country and its citizens for the sake of your own feelings. How can you face your ancestors if you do so? Li Qianhan finally relented, and both Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo heaved a sigh of relief. While Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo were persuading Li Qianhan, Dong Tiehe wasn't idle either. He was busy contacting the various ministers to pave the way for Li Qianhua to ascend to the throne. The Yuelu villa was rich and overbearing, so they took out a huge sum of money to bribe the various ministers. Indeed, many of them agreed to it verbally, but it was all in vain. In one of the more prosperous parts of the capital, there was a large manor. From the outside, one could see how prosperous it had been in the past, but the door was sealed, and the interior of the manor was desolate. This was the Rong Manor. After the crown prince had been deposed, Rong Tianling had been the first member of the royal family to be implicated, and the Rong Manor had also been confiscated. In the dark of the night, a figure silently appeared in front of the Rong Manor. He tore open the seal on the door and dashed inside. This person walked through the large and desolate manor with familiarity, finally entering a room in the middle of a small courtyard. After entering the house, he took off his black cloak, revealing a silver robe underneath and a silver mask on his face. He hung up the black cloak, and only then did he remove the mask on his face, revealing the cold, scarred face of a woman. This was none other than Rong Yueshan. Rong Yueshan reached into her robes and retrieved her sky-turning mirror, placing it on the table. She made a hand seal, and the image of the silver dragon elder appeared on the surface of the mirror. "How did it go?" the silver dragon elder asked. "Elder, the child had already been captured by Dong Tiehe's men, but Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo discovered him in time and snatched him back," Rong Yueshan replied. "Each of them is more useless than the last." The silver dragon elder's face was as cold as ice. "Dong Tiehe is also useless. First elder, please calm down. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo aren't easy to deal with," Rong Yueshan replied. "This isn't the first time I've suffered at their hands, either. It's only reasonable that Dong Tiehe isn't a match for either of them. The two of them do have some ability, and with that demonic dragon's help, they'll only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future." The silver dragon elder calmed himself and turned to Rong Yueshan. "Are you prepared for such an opponent?" Chapter 455. "Elder, I've long since made my preparations," Rong Yueshan replied. "From the moment I met Yun Ruoyan, I've made up my mind that either she dies or I die. Everyone related to her is my enemy. Although the slaughtering king is powerful, I'm confident that it's only a matter of time before he falls to you." Rong Yueshan's words not only expressed her attitude, but also flattered the silver dragon elder, and he enjoyed it very much. "Not bad, Rong Yueshan." The silver dragon elder said, "I intend to find a disciple with good aptitude on a low-level continent. Once this mission is successfully completed, this spot will be yours." "Thank you, elder." Rong Yueshan bowed, her voice excited. "I'll do my best to complete this mission. However, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to get that child out." "You don't have to worry about that. Once the matter on the Qinyuan continent is resolved, Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo will surely return. That child is too young to travel with them. Once they leave, you'll have an opportunity to capture him." The elder's voice suddenly turned cold. "Remember, you must capture that child and hand him over to me." "Yes, elder." Rong Yueshan stared at the elder's reflection in the mirror. Her face was covered in scars that marred her delicate features, but they didn't make her appear all that ugly. Instead, they made her look even more beautiful than before. "There's something I don't know if I should ask." "What is it?" "Elder, why do you insist on that child? Is it also to use him to threaten Yun Ruoyan and her husband? Don't try to be clever, and don't be too curious." The silver dragon elder said coldly, "All you need to know is that this child is very important, even more important than her mother. Yes, elder. Roan Yuashan's heart trembled. After nearly 3 months of management, the Yun household had finally returned to its former state. Yun Ruoyan no longer had to do everything herself, and many tasks were left to Li Luo. Li Luo was going to be the matriarch of the Yun household in the future, and once she became the matriarch of the household, everything would be much easier for her. In the past 3 months, 3 major events had taken place in the Li Kingdom, 2 of which were related to Li Mo. The first was that Li Mo had personally killed Li Qianyuan, who had plotted to usurp the throne. The second was that Li Mo had helped the third prince, Li Qianhan, become the new Emperor Li. The third matter was that Yun Maxiao had sent news that the defeat of Farsighted's rebel army was a foregone conclusion. Yun Maxiao had been ordered by the imperial general to kill off the remaining rebels. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to return with his troops within a month. Before Li Mo had even announced his intention to support Li Qianhan, many of the ministers had already begun to recommend Li Qianyue as the next emperor. Li Mo suddenly realized that he had been used by this old fellow without even realizing it. He had used her to kill Li Qianyuan and pave the way for his own grandson. What a sly old fox. As the most senior member of the royal family, Li Mo was temporarily acting as the regent until the new emperor ascended the throne. He gathered all of the ministers who had recommended Li Qianyue as the new emperor and flung the evidence of Dong Tiehe's bribery in their faces. All of the ministers immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Not a single one of them suggested that Li Qianyue be the next emperor. Li Qianhan successfully ascended the throne. During those 3 months, both Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan were busy. One was busy governing the country, while the other was busy managing the household. But the results were both satisfactory. Today, Li Mo returned from the palace early to accompany Yun Ruoyan. Have you finished all of your business at court? Why are you back so early today? Yun Ruoyan asked as she fed Li Yan, who had just woken up. Qianhan has already taken over all of my responsibilities, so I won't have to be so busy in the future. Li Mo sat down by Yun Ruoyan's side and watched his son drink milk. After Yun Ruoyan's body had recovered, she no longer had a wet nurse to feed her son. She listened to the demonic dragon ancestor's advice and infused some of her spiritual energy into her milk to feed Li Yan. The demonic dragon ancestor said that all demonic dragons raised their children in this way. The spiritual energy in their milk would help strengthen the child's body, and it would be of no harm to them at all. This was the exact opposite of what humans used. If a human woman's cultivation was too high, their milk would contain some spiritual energy, and their child would be too weak to bear this energy. As a result, such women would often have their children raised by wet nurses. Yun Ruoyan was also afraid that Li Yan wouldn't be able to bear the spiritual energy in her milk, so she deliberately controlled the amount of spiritual energy in her milk. Li Yan didn't seem to be affected at all, and after drinking her milk, he grew very quickly. Within a few months, he was able to crawl, and his legs were small and strong. Yun Ruoyan continued to increase the amount of spiritual energy in her milk, and Li Yan didn't show any signs of discomfort. Yun Ruoyan had a feeling that Li Yan was a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual energy was infused into his body, it wouldn't be enough to fill him up, even though he was only a tiny infant, and even though he hadn't even formed a spiritual vortex yet. Li Mo looked at Li Yan's adorable face and the way his mouth moved as he drank milk, and he couldn't help but want to gently pinch his face. Li Yan seemed to enjoy Li Mo's pinching very much. As he drank milk, he chuckled, then closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Why is he sleeping again? Yun Ruoyan asked. He woke up less than 2 hours ago, and now he's sleeping again. Isn't that abnormal? Of course not, Li Mo immediately replied. Didn't the physician say that Li Yan's in good health? Sleeping so much means that he's still growing, so don't overthink things. Mothers were prone to making connections, and the slightest abnormality in their child's behavior could lead to frightening consequences. Yunruoyan was such a mother. As Liamo spoke, the hand that was caressing Li Yan's face moved to Yunruoyan's body. Liamo couldn't help but feel aroused by the warmth of his mother's body. Yen, I've missed you so much these past few days. Have you missed me? Liamo leaned forward in front of Yunruoyan, his dark, narrow eyes filled with intense emotion. No, I haven't. Yunruoyan couldn't help but chide him. We see each other every day, so why would I miss you? Ever since Yunruoyan had become pregnant, Liamo had restrained himself from touching her for the sake of the child's safety. Both of them had been busy during this period of time, and Yunruoyan would often be asleep by the time Liamo returned at night. By the time Yunruoyan woke up in the morning, Liamo had already left. It had been almost a month since Liamo had touched Yunruoyan. Ignoring Yunruoyan's protesting gaze, Liamo picked up Liamo from her arms and gently placed him in a sleeping basket by the side. Then, he turned around and pressed Yunruoyan down on the bed. But I've missed you so much that I can't. A gentle, raspy voice rang out by Yunruoyan's ear, melting her into a puddle of spring water. Yunlan was still working on Lin Yuamei's cultivation in the fragrant residence. He had originally estimated that he would need 81 days to complete the yin-yang life-changing technique, but it had been delayed by a few days. It wasn't that something had gone wrong, but that Yunlan couldn't bear it. Not only did the yin-yang life-changing technique consume the user's lifespan, it also consumed the user's spiritual energy. Nourishing the Buddha and Bodhisattva with a drop of spirit blood a day was already a very taxing task. On top of that, Yunlan had to spend a great deal of energy on Lin Yuamei's body, which had been in slumber for over a decade. In order to prevent his body from collapsing, he could only continue to use the yin-yang life-changing technique. Even so, Yunlan's body continued to deteriorate by the day. Every few days, Yunruoyan would visit Yunlan's residence. When she saw Yunlan's increasingly pale hair and aged face, her hatred for him gradually lessened. If this continued, Yunruoyan would eventually forgive Yunlan for his cold treatment of her. In contrast to Yunlan's aging, Lin Yuamei seemed more and more alive. Although she was still unconscious and lying on the ground, she seemed to be full of life. As Yunruoyan looked at her young and beautiful mother, she felt as if she were her own sister. Lin Yuamei had only been in her early 20s when she fell into a coma, and after more than a decade, she still looked like she was in her 20s. Yunruoyan would soon be 19, and the two of them were only a year apart in appearance. Early that morning, Yunruoyan and Liamo brought Li Yan to the Lin Manor. 5 months after Li Yan's growth, Lin Zainin finally got to see his great-grandson, and he hugged him fondly. Because of Li Yan's unique constitution, he looked like a 1-year-old even though he wasn't even half a year old yet, and he was able to walk a few steps unsteadily. This surprised and delighted Lin Zainin, and he praised his great-grandson for his extraordinary talent. Lin Zainin played with Li Yan for half a day, and Yunruoyan was afraid that the old man would tire, so she had Liamo play chess with him while she followed the Lin sisters to the bamboo garden. Lin Qingchen had wanted Yunruoyan to see Whitey early in the morning, and she finally had the chance to do so today. Sister Ruoyan, you'd better be mentally prepared, or you'll be in for a big surprise, Lin Qingxue said exaggeratedly. Yunruoyan looked at Lin Qingchen and saw that she was smiling, tacitly agreeing with Lin Qingxue's exaggeration. She couldn't help but be curious. It seemed that Whitey had truly evolved. Sister Ruoyan, won't Li Yan be frightened by Whitey? Lin Qingxue was a little worried. No, he's very brave, Yunruoyan replied. Although she was mentally prepared, when she saw Whitey, Yunruoyan was still shocked by its current appearance. This was because it had actually grown from a large white python into the embryonic form of a dragon. The 2 small ponds in the bamboo garden had been transformed into a large pond, and Whitey was currently coiled up in the water. Yunruoyan felt as if the entire pond had been filled by Whitey, its large head poking out of the water, its two large, copper-like eyes slightly closed. Its originally small nostrils had also grown, and when it breathed, large ripples appeared on the surface of the water. What surprised Yunruoyan the most were the two large lumps on each side of its head, like bamboo shoots about to break through the soil after a spring rain. Chapter 456. Was this really a snake? It was clearly a dragon that hadn't even matured yet. Furthermore, its body, which had been snow-white when it was young, now glowed with a faint silver light. It was actually a little silver dragon. Just then, the Phalai blade flew out of Yunruoyan's body. The demon dragon elder was sitting cross-legged on it. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Whitey, who was in the pool. Whitey seemed to sense it as well. It opened its eyes and raised its huge head to look at the silver dragon elder. Ha, I didn't expect to meet a little silver dragon on the Qinyuan continent. Even if I can't kill the first elder of the silver dragons, I'll at least vent my anger on this little thing. The elder's voice was sinister. His hatred for the silver dragons had been fermenting for tens of thousands of years, and based on the current situation, Whitey was bound to become his next target. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingshuan knew of the elder's existence, but they'd never seen a dragon before. As a result, they were surprised by Whitey's transformation, but they had never associated it with a dragon. What they didn't expect was that Whitey was actually a little silver dragon, a fact that even Yunruoyan hadn't expected. Sister Ruoyan, what did he say? What silver dragon? Lin Qingchen was the first to react. There are two dragon clans on the continent, one is the silver dragon, and the other is the demonic dragon. These two clans are like fire and water, so the elder is naturally from the demonic dragon clan, and Whitey is from the silver dragon clan. Yunruoyan quickly explained, then turned to the elder. Why would Whitey appear on the Qinyuan continent? When we found it, it was still a snake egg. Perhaps it's not the silver dragon you have a grudge against. Whitey and Lin Qingchen were bound by a contract, and Yunruoyan knew how much Lin Qingchen valued Whitey, so she tried to protect it. However, the demon dragon ancestor snorted and said with certainty, "This little thing is indeed a little thing from the silver dragon clan. There is no mistake." 10,000 years ago, during the war between the silver dragons and the demonic dragons, a particularly powerful silver dragon had been wounded and thrown into an unknown mountain on the Qinyuan continent, where it had gone into hiding. According to the elder's deductions, Whitey was most likely the demonic dragon's descendant. Because it hadn't found a suitable incubation environment, it had remained dormant until Yunruoyan and the others discovered it and brought it back. Under Lin Qingchen's meticulous care, it finally hatched. That silver dragon killed many of our demon dragon clansmen in the past. There was also a demon dragon that was killed by it. As the saying goes, a mother's debt is paid by a son. I will kill it now to comfort the souls of my dead clansmen in heaven. As the demon dragon elder spoke, he was about to cast a spell on Whitey. Little White was a spiritual beast with spiritual intelligence. It could sense the demon spirit patriarch's hostility, so it swung its tail and attacked the demon dragon patriarch. However, its attack wasn't very lethal. It only used its large tail to slap the surface of the water, causing water to splash onto Yunruoyan, the neighboring sisters, and Xiaoliyan in Yunruoyan's arms. Luckily the weather was slightly warm now and Xiaoliyan didn't feel uncomfortable when she was splashed with cold water. It was just that the little person seemed to be attracted by the huge creature in the water as her big eyes stared at Xiaobai without blinking. Little thing, how dare you warn me? I'll let you know what's good for you. Elder Mystic Dragon flicked a spark into the water. Little White's eyes were sharp and its tail was fast. It swatted the spark that was pouncing towards it. Originally, it thought that the little spark would be extinguished when it fell into the water. However, it didn't expect that when the spark fell into the fire, it was as if it had fallen into oil. With a splash, the surface of the water was covered by a layer of small flames. Yunru Oyan had personally witnessed how powerful the demon dragon patriarch's fire elemental techniques were. She had also received his teachings, so she could feel it very clearly. On the Nether Abyss continent, the demon dragon patriarch's sparks were able to burn Pai Batian into ashes. The fireball technique he taught her could also roast a person into a jerky. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Nether Abyss would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Yunru Oyan couldn't help but feel worried for Whitey. The temperature of the flames on the surface of the water must have been unusually high, and Whitey soon couldn't hold on any longer. It wanted to jump out of the water, but under the control of the demon dragon patriarch, the flames quickly formed a wall of fire around the water and restrained Whitey within. Under the scorching heat of the flames, Whitey began to cry. It was a cry similar to that of a baby, and it made one's heart ache. This was especially true for a mother like Yunru Oyan, who couldn't help but feel her heart ache for Whitey. Whitey! Only then did Lin Qingchen realize that the demon dragon patriarch was going to kill Whitey. Sister Ruoyan, hurry up and stop him. He'll burn Whitey to death. Yunru Oyan didn't have the heart to tell Lin Qingchen that the demon dragon patriarch was going to burn Whitey to death, and that no one present could stop him. It's only been 3 or 4 years since Whitey hatched from its egg, and it didn't participate in the battle between the two of you. He's himself, and his clansmen are his clansmen. You shouldn't put the blame on him, Yunru Oyan told the demon dragon patriarch. None of the silver dragons are good. Kill as many as you can, the silver dragon elder grumbled angrily. Whitey's screams continued as its huge body tumbled in the water. Under the roasting of the small but powerful flames, many parts of its silver scales were roasted to a reddish-brown color, and some parts were even roasted to the point that flesh could be seen. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Whitey became a roasted snake. While Yunru Oyan and the demon dragon patriarch were arguing, Lin Qingchen tried to break through the wall of fire by herself. Yunru Oyan hurriedly stuffed Li Yan into Lin Qingshue's arms and stepped forward to stop her. In the midst of the chaos, Li Yan suddenly began to struggle in Lin Qingshue's arms and began to cry loudly. This cry immediately attracted Yunru Oyan and the demon dragon patriarch's attention. Li Yan had never cried so loudly in his life, and his sudden cry startled both Yunru Oyan and the demon dragon patriarch. Both of them thought that Li Yan was injured, and they hurriedly turned to look at him. All they saw was Li Yan pointing at Whitey, who was wrapped in flames, and babbling in a language that no one could understand. His small face was covered in tears. The demon dragon patriarch looked at Li Yan, then at Whitey, who was on the verge of death. He frowned, then, as if he had discovered a secret, he waved his hand and recalled all the flames. Whitey, are you all right? Without the obstruction of the wall of fire, Lin Qingchen jumped into the water to check on Whitey's injuries. Yunru Oyan took Li Yan from Lin Qingshue's arms and began to check on him to see if he had been burned by the fire, but she didn't see any injuries on him. I don't know what happened either, but Li Yan suddenly cried. Lin Qingshue frowned. She had also been shocked. The demon dragon patriarch walked to Yunru Oyan's side and stroked his beard. I didn't expect Li Yan to be so fated with that little silver dragon. What do you mean? Yunru Oyan looked at the demon dragon patriarch, her tone somewhat reproachful. Didn't you see that little thing asking Li Yan for help just now? The demon dragon patriarch didn't care about Yunru Oyan's reproach. He looked at Li Yan, then at Whitey, and actually smiled. He then pointed at Whitey and said, this little thing will be Li Yan's spiritual beast from now on. Whitey's Qingchen's spiritual beast. Yunru Oyan paused. They've signed a contract. That's easy. As long as Lin Qingchen gives up on the contract, Whitey won't be her spiritual beast anymore, the demon dragon patriarch replied nonchalantly. How can you do that? Yunru Oyan raised her voice. You killed her spiritual beast right off the bat, and now you want her to give up on Whitey? Aren't you going overboard? Overboard. The demon dragon patriarch raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he didn't realize how he'd gone overboard. He ignored Yun Ruoyan's words and directed the Feilai blade to fly to Lin Qingchen's side. Lin Qingchen immediately stood in front of the dying Whitey. "If you want to burn him to death, burn me first," Lin Qingchen said. "Young lady, you must know that I didn't kill him for no reason. It's because the silver dragons have a grudge against my clan that I killed him," the demon dragon patriarch explained to Lin Qingchen. "But I don't want to kill him for now." "In that case, I'll thank you on behalf of Whitey for not killing him," Lin Qingchen said coldly. "No need to thank me," the demon dragon patriarch continued. "I have a condition for not killing him." "What condition?" Lin Qingchen grew wary once more. "I want you to cancel your contract with him and have him become Li Yan's contracted spiritual beast." "This?" Lin Qingchen was taken aback by the demon dragon ancestor's sudden request. She didn't know what the demon dragon ancestor was planning. Little Li Yan is so young." "What do you mean?" "Your spiritual beast, Little Silver, is fated to be with the future head of my clan, Li Yan, so I made the decision to have him accept Little Silver as his spiritual beast. Of course, you have the right to refuse, but if that's the case, I won't be merciful to the enemy who exterminated my clan." In the Silver Dragon Patriarch's eyes, Yun Ruoyan was already an elder of the demonic dragon clan, and her child Li Yan was naturally the future elder of the demonic dragon clan. The demon dragon patriarch glanced at Whitey and said slowly, "Based on his looks, he should be able to withstand my spiritual fire for another 15 minutes. I agree, Lin Qingchen said immediately. She really didn't want to see Whitey suffer anymore. "But you have to promise me that as long as I agree to your request, you won't hurt Whitey in the future." "Whitey?" The demon dragon patriarch raised his eyebrows. A silver dragon being given such a childish name, not bad. "Since this little thing has become Li Yan's spiritual beast, I naturally won't hurt him anymore. You can rest assured about that, huh?" The demon dragon patriarch couldn't help but be happy at the thought of the silver dragon becoming a subordinate of the demonic dragon clan. His beard also curled up. Chapter 457. "No, you can't." Yun Ruoyan stood by the shore with Li Yan in her arms. Li Yan's still young, so how can she have her own spiritual beast? Furthermore, Whitey was raised by Qingchen herself. How can you give it to Li Yan just like that? Yun Ruoyan expressed her dissatisfaction with the demonic dragon ancestor's domineering behavior. It wouldn't have mattered if he'd been treating someone else, but he'd actually used it on his own family. Yun Ruoyan really didn't want to cause a rift between her and Lin Qingchen because of Whitey. "You must think that I'm too domineering, don't you?" the demonic dragon elder asked, seeing through Yun Ruoyan's thoughts. "Don't you think you're too domineering?" Yun Ruoyan retorted. The demonic dragon ancestor looked at Yun Ruoyan and sighed helplessly. "There's a reason why I'm so domineering. At the same time, I'm doing it for the sake of this young lady of the Lin family." "What do you mean by that?" Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen asked in unison. "What I'm curious about is how you're doing this for my sake." Lin Qingchen sneered. It was impossible for Lin Qingchen not to be angry at the demonic dragon ancestor's forceful behavior. However, the fact that the demonic dragon ancestor was acting as a middleman for her nephew made her so angry that she didn't even know where to vent her anger. "Alright, I'll tell you about my painstaking efforts." The demonic dragon ancestor pointed at Whitey. "This little fellow is still a young dragon, and his strength hasn't awakened yet. That's why he signed a contract with you to seek protection. Once he grows into an adult silver dragon, his strength will increase greatly. Do you think you'll be able to trap that silver dragon?" Silver dragons are generally mythological beasts, and they won't be willing to be the contracted beasts of an ordinary human. The demonic dragon ancestor's words were for Lin Qingchen to hear, and she knew that he was most likely telling the truth. During this period of time, when she'd been communicating with Whitey, she'd sensed its resistance. But Whitey has already signed a contract with me. As long as the contract doesn't break, he'll be my contracted beast for life. He can't betray me. Hee. Elder Mo Long laughed. Little girl, you are too naive. Do you think that when the cultivation of the contracted beast reaches a certain level, and its master's cultivation is very low, and the difference in strength between the two is too great, there will still be a contract? What do you mean? Lin Qingchen asked. You cultivators from low-level continents have indeed walked too close to the path of cultivation. There are many things that you don't know. Now, I will give you a general introduction. According to Elder Mystic Dragon, as long as the strength of the contracted beast surpassed its master, it could break the contract by itself, and even counterattack its master. Whitey, on the other hand, was a silver dragon. If it were to retaliate, Lin Qingchen's life would be easily taken. No. Lin Qingchen retorted, Little White won't bite me. Are you sure? Elder Mo Long looked at her critically. That's a silver dragon we're talking about. They're cunning and powerful, and even we aren't their match. Are you sure that when it matures, it'll still be willing to stay by your side as a mere contracted beast, forever trapped with you on this tiny Qinyuan continent? Lin Qingchen didn't dare make any guarantees. If Whitey were just an ordinary serpent-type beast, there wouldn't be any problems, but Whitey just had to be a silver dragon that only appeared in legends. I can't guarantee anything, Lin Qingchen replied dejectedly. But he can. The demonic dragon pointed at little Lian in Yun Ruoyan's arms. Not only does he possess the demonic dragon bloodline, he also possesses the bloodline of the Silver Dragon clan. His cultivation and achievements will be limitless, and in the entire Qinyuan continent, only little Lian can control this little silver dragon. After a long while, Lin Qingchen finally gave in. She wasn't being forced, but rather made a decision after serious consideration of Elder Mo Long's words. Little Li Yan, I'll leave Whitey to you from now on, Lin Qingchen said to Li Yan. Qingchen. Yun Ruoyan still felt a little guilty, and she didn't know what to say. Sister Ruoyan, Elder Mo Long is right. Whitey really isn't suitable for me. Although Lin Qingchen was still reluctant to part with Whitey, she didn't feel conflicted anymore. After all, she hadn't given Whitey to an outsider. Just treat it as a birth present for my nephew. I didn't give him a present when he was born, did I? Lin Qingchen smiled. Sister, that reminds me, I haven't given little Li Yan a present either, Lin Qingxue said, embarrassed. Sister, you've given me such a big present, so I'll have to prepare it well. I can't embarrass myself too much. I think it'd be a good idea to give your catfish to little Li Yan to stew, Lin Qingchen teased. Sister, you mustn't say that in front of him, or he'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights. I can't take that. Lin Qingxue hurriedly warned. Lin Qingxue's crying and laughing catfish had been obtained from Lin Qingchen's courtyard. At first, Lin Qingxue had been terrified of it, and she'd urged Lin Qingchen many times to stew it. Unexpectedly, however, the catfish had become Lin Qingchen's most precious pet. With the help of the demonic dragon ancestor, Lin Qingxue immediately ended the contract with Little White. Perhaps it was because of Little Lian's silver dragon bloodline, when the demonic dragon ancestor established the contract with Little White, it was extremely smooth. Just like that, Whitey became Little Lian's spiritual beast. Sister Ruoyan, this is for Whitey as well. Lin Qingchen took off the spatial ring that had been passed down through the Lin family and handed it to Yun Ruoyan. Whitey is huge, and it looks different from the other spiritual beasts on the Qinyuan continent. If you want to bring it along, you'll have to use this ring. All right. Yun Ruoyan accepted the ring and turned to Lin Qingchen. In that case, I'll thank you on little Li Yan's behalf. Yun Ruoyan placed the ring in front of Li Yan to tease him. Look, this is a gift from me. Do you like it? Li Yan stretched out his two chubby little hands and held the ring in his hands. He played with it over and over again, looking very interested. Ah, I remember what I'm going to give Li Yan. Lin Qingshues suddenly exclaimed. My baby catfish is female, so I have to find a husband for her to give birth to a bunch of baby catfish. Then, I'll give a few to little Li Yan, he'll definitely like them. Speaking of which, a crying and laughing catfish was enough to give people a headache. How many more of them were there? Yun Ruoyan's face darkened. After leaving the bamboo garden, Yun Ruoyan stored Whitey in her spatial ring, preparing to bring it back to the slaughtering king's manor. Lin Qingchen told Yun Ruoyan about Whitey's usual eating habits, as well as its daily routine. Sister Ruoyan, you have to give Whitey a big pond. Lin Qingchen made her only request. My place is too small, and Whitey won't be very comfortable staying here for a while. Don't worry, Qingchen. The slaughtering king's manor has a very large lotus pond, right next to the courtyard we live in. It'll be a good home for Whitey, and you'll come to the manor often. Whitey belongs to all of us. Yun Ruoyan's family of 3 stayed at the Lin Manor until dinner. On the carriage, she told Li Mo about Whitey, but he didn't seem too surprised. Yen, do you remember the time Whitey went berserk and almost hurt you? I remember, Yun Ruoyan recalled. At the time, I couldn't figure out why Whitey would go berserk, but now that I think about it, it must have sensed the presence of the demonic dragon's eye in my body. After all, demonic dragons and silver dragons are natural enemies. The demonic eye had been hidden in the ring, and it had only just been awakened by Yun Ruoyan's blood when Whitey had discovered it. Yun Ruoyan still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, she thought of something else and asked, Li Yan also has the demonic dragon's blood in his veins. Will Whitey be a threat to him in the future? No, Li Mo replied. Li Mo thought for a moment. At that time, the reason why Whitey was able to discover the demonic dragon's eye in your ring so quickly wasn't because of the animosity between the 2 races, but because the demonic dragon's eye hated Whitey. Yun Ruoyan understood what Li Mo meant. Whitey was a newborn silver dragon, and one that had been raised by humans, so it didn't harbor any hatred toward humans. But the demonic eye was different. When it sensed Whitey, its hatred for the demonic dragon couldn't be contained. Whitey's sharp senses had detected this, which was why it had reacted so strongly. Both Whitey and Li Yan are newborns, and their thoughts are the cleanest and purest, Li Mo continued. The demonic dragon patriarch's arrangements are indeed brilliant. In the end, Li Mo's the calmest, and he sees things more clearly. Ruoyan, you'll have to learn from him, the demonic dragon patriarch's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Not only wasn't Yun Ruoyan angry, she even felt proud of him. If Li Mo's eyes hadn't been sharp enough, how could he have fallen for her in the first place? Instead of returning to the Yun Manor, the 2 of them returned to the slaughtering king's manor. Li Mo took the soundly asleep Li Yan from Yun Ruoyan's arms and placed him in his own. Then, Yun Ruoyan opened the spatial ring on her finger and placed Whitey in the lotus pond. Whitey was seriously injured during the day. Fortunately, the ancestor of the demonic dragon clan stopped in time, so Whitey's life and internal organs were not harmed. As soon as Whitey entered the water, it immediately dove into the depths of the pond. Seeing Yun Ruoyan's worried expression, Li Mo comforted her. Although a silver dragon's regenerative abilities aren't as good as a demonic dragon's, they're many times stronger than a normal human's. Whitey will recover as soon as it recuperates, so don't worry too much. Yun Ruoyan naturally knew this, but Lin Qingchen had entrusted Whitey to her as if it were her own child, so she naturally felt more responsible for it. Alright, I'll have to pick out 2 attentive servants to take care of Whitey tomorrow, Yun Ruoyan replied. After that, the 2 of them went to rest. The next day, Yun Ruoyan received a letter from her family on horseback. Yun Maxiao had finally quelled the far-sighted king's rebellion, and he was escorting the far-sighted king and the other traitors to the capital. Within 10 days, they would arrive at the capital. Yun Ruoyan looked at the date. In 10 days, they would arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Chapter 458. Yun Maxiao arrived a day later than expected, and when Li Qianhan received the news, he personally led the officials to the imperial gates to welcome him. There were also a sea of people gathered around, and the crowd was even more festive than the new year. When Yun Maxiao appeared on the horizon with his 100-strong entourage, Yun Ruoyan saw 2 crystalline teardrops fall from Li Luo's eyes. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. Her brother had finally seen the light of day. Li Qianhan and Li Mo were at the front of the entourage, and Yun Ruoyan and Li Luo were behind them. From afar, Yun Ruoyan could see Yun Maxiao riding on a tall flamestrider, dressed in black armor and a blood-red cloak. After 3 years, Yun Maxiao had matured even more. Perhaps because he had just returned from the battlefield, he radiated a murderous aura. As soon as his gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan, his entire body softened. When his gaze shifted from Yun Ruoyan to Li Luo, all the sharpness in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind only boundless longing and tenderness. As soon as Yun Ruoyan saw the 2 of them, she immediately put their wedding on the agenda. Yun Ruoyan was very pleased to be able to see her brother start a family before she left for the extreme abyss continent. After exchanging greetings with Li Qianhan and Li Mo, Yun Maxiao only had time to exchange a few words with Li Luo before he was escorted back to the palace by the officials. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo followed him to the palace. On the way, Yun Ruoyan turned back to see the far-sighted king in a prisoner's carriage, his face pale and dejected. He looked quite similar to the first time she had seen him at the far-sighted king's manor. At that time, the far-sighted king had been imprisoned by demons, and Yun Ruoyan had rescued him. She hadn't expected to see him again, but he was still imprisoned. Li Mo, I'm going to have a few words with him, Yun Ruoyan said to Li Mo as she urged her horse forward. Far-sighted king, long time no see. Yun Ruoyan looked down at the far-sighted king, Li Xing. Li Xing raised his head to look at Yun Ruoyan. The first time he'd seen her, she'd been dressed in black. At the moment, Yun Ruoyan was dressed in a luxurious female robe. Although it wasn't particularly grand, it still made her look noble and radiant. Li Xing narrowed his eyes. Long time no see, King Yu. Now that I've once again become a prisoner, I'm truly ashamed. At the time, Your Highness, you said that you had no intention of rebelling, Yun Ruoyan replied. How did you end up in such a state? Li Xing let out a bitter laugh. After many years of scheming, that evildoer has already reached the final step of his rebellion. After I was saved by the madam, I took over all of his affairs. Seeing all the results of the rebellion, this king was momentarily blinded by greed, and just like that, this king reached this point. Li Sheng, the far-sighted king, was the so-called heaven and earth. All those years ago, Li Sheng had hated the serpent demon so much that he couldn't resist the temptation even when the throne was right in front of him. This meant that the serpent demon had indeed seen through Li Sheng's heart, and that he was indeed coveting the throne. Your Highness, now that things have come to this, please take care of yourself. Yun Ruoyan's suspicions had been resolved, and she left. The banquet for Yun Maxiao only invited the officials and members of the royal family. Although Yun Ruoyan had brought Li Luo with her, she was still invited elsewhere. The banquet didn't end until late at night, and Yun Maxiao, drunk, was escorted out of the palace. Third Prince, oh, no, Your Majesty, haha. Yun Maxiao looked quite drunk. He smiled at Li Qianhan and the other officials. Look at me, I've really had too much to drink, and my brain isn't working so well anymore. Now that the third prince is the emperor, I'd better hurry back and rest. Your Majesty, you may all return. In that case, have a good rest. I'll naturally fulfill your wishes at court tomorrow. Li Qianhan smiled. In that case, I'll thank your Majesty in advance. Li Qianhan struggled to bow deeply to Li Qianhan. Yun Maxiao was supported by Li Mo as they walked toward the waiting carriage. He slowly approached Yun Ruoyan and asked, Sister, I saw that you've brought Li Luo here. Where is she now? Yun Ruoyan turned to look at her brother, only to see that his drunkenness had completely disappeared. His eyes were bright, and he was clearly sober. Brother, you're not drunk. Yun Ruoyan raised her voice. Shh, keep your voice down. Yun Maxiao hurriedly made a shushing gesture. I'm not drunk at all. If I didn't pretend to be drunk, the emperor and the other officials wouldn't have let me off. Where's Li Luo? Take me to see her. Brother, let me ask you, what request did you make to the emperor? Yun Ruoyan leaned closer to her brother. During the banquet, Li Qianhan had made a request to Yun Maxiao, but Yun Maxiao had whispered it into Li Qianhan's ear. Therefore, everyone knew that there was such a request, but no one knew what it was. Yun Maxiao whispered it to Yun Ruoyan in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Really? The emperor agreed. Yun Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it's not an unreasonable request. Yun Maxiao was quite dissatisfied with his sister's excited reaction. Of course. It looks like you'll have to start making preparations. Yun Ruoyan was indeed overjoyed. She had thought that she would have to rely on herself to make the necessary arrangements, but her brother had already done it. Brother, you've been ignoring Sister Li Luo for the entire afternoon. She doesn't look too happy, Yun Ruoyan said deliberately. Ah, my dear sister, don't say any more. Take me to see her, Yun Ruoyan called out to the slaughtering king's carriage. Sister Li Luo's in that carriage. You'd better hurry. As he spoke, he pulled Li Mo onto the carriage beside him. Li Luo had left the palace early in the morning and was waiting in her own carriage. Her emotions were complicated. Yun Maxiao had always been the one taking the initiative, and she had been touched by him bit by bit. However, she wasn't sure whether her feelings for him were gratitude or genuine affection. But today, when she saw the armored Yun Maxiao appear on the horizon, her heart pounded violently, her eyes stung, and she couldn't hold back her tears. She finally realized that she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love with Yun Maxiao. The more she cared, the more she worried. When Li Luo thought of Yun Maxiao's high-spirited appearance, surrounded by so many people, her heart was both happy and anxious. She was happy that this man was so dazzling, but also worried that she wasn't worthy of such a man. After not seeing him for so long, she wondered if he still liked her as much as he did in the past. If he didn't like her anymore, and she fell in love with him, what should she do? Just as Li Luo was wondering how to resolve her worries, the curtains of the carriage were suddenly lifted. Under the faint moonlight, Yun Maxiao's handsome face appeared in front of Li Luo's eyes. Li Luo stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to react. Li Luo, I'm back. Yun Maxiao climbed into the carriage and sat down by Li Luo's side with a smile on his face. Li Luo subconsciously wanted to get off. Yun Maxiao pulled Li Luo into his embrace and rested his head on her shoulder. Don't go, he said softly, let me lean on you for a while. Li Luo didn't move, her hands crossed on her knees, but her heart was beating rapidly. After a long while, she asked, where are the slaughtering king and Ruoyan? Don't speak. Yun Maxiao refused to answer any questions that had nothing to do with the two of them. Like a large pet dog, he rubbed his head against Li Luo's shoulder. Li Luo, every night on the battlefield, I dreamed of hugging you like this. If I could hug you like this, I'd have no regrets even if I died on the battlefield. Don't talk nonsense, Li Luo hurriedly interrupted. We both have to live. Yes, yes, we both have to live. Yun Ma Xiao smiled. Only then can I hug you like this every day. Yun Ma Xiao's gentle voice and warm breath lingered by Li Luo's ears, and a faint blush spread from her ears to her entire face. You're not asleep yet, so why are you talking in your sleep? Yun Ma Xiao lifted Li Luo's hand from her knee and placed it on his face. Pinch it hard. See if I'm dreaming. Can you stop fooling around? Li Luo became even more embarrassed, burying her face in his hands. All right, I won't. Yun Ma Xiao continued to hold on to Li Luo tightly as he called for the carriage driver. Yun Ma Xiao leaned against Li Luo, swaying as he fell asleep. It was a wonderful sleep, and he was still deep in his dreams when they reached their destination. Miss Li Luo, we've arrived. The coachman's voice sounded from outside. Wait a little longer. Li Luo didn't have the heart to wake Yun Ma Xiao up. Looking at his thin, angular face and the deep shadows under his eyes, she knew without a doubt that he was exhausted from the battlefield. Yun Ma Xiao couldn't help but smile. The tempering of battle had made him extremely alert, and he'd woken up as soon as the carriage stopped. However, he clung to Li Luo's warmth and didn't want to open his eyes. After a while, Yun Ma Xiao felt Li Luo's shoulders tremble. Only then did he open his eyes. You're awake. Li Luo gazed at Yun Ma Xiao warmly. Yes, I slept soundly. This is the best sleep I've had since I entered the battlefield. Li Mo stretched lazily and gazed at Li Luo affectionately. Li Luo, I have a surprise for you. I hope you like it. Chapter 459. What? Surprise. Li Luo avoided Yun Ma Xiao's burning gaze, her voice gentle. During the banquet, the emperor asked me what I wanted as a reward, and I asked for you, Yun Ma Xiao said. You want me? Li Luo raised her head abruptly and met Yun Ma Xiao's gaze. Yes, I want you. Tomorrow, the emperor will decree our marriage, and Li Luo will soon be husband and wife. Yun Ma Xiao once again pulled Li Luo into his embrace. Li Luo, I'll give you a home that belongs to us. Li Luo sobbed silently in Yun Ma Xiao's arms. A home was something she had always dreamed of, but never had. She had once treated the slaughtering king's manor as her home, but it was ultimately just a place to live, not a home. A true home should be one with a lover, and everything that could bring warmth to one's heart. Now, the man who was holding her so tightly in his arms was saying that he would give her a home. Yun Ma Xiao. Yes. I'll use the rest of my life to repay the love you've shown me. Li Luo's words were sincere, but Yun Ma Xiao laughed. Silly girl, I don't need you to repay me. All I want is for us to be happy together. Within the slaughtering king's manor, Yun Ruoyan tossed and turned by Li Mo's side, unable to fall asleep. What's wrong? Li Mo gently pulled Yun Ruoyan's body toward him. Li Mo, do you know what my brother requested of the emperor today? What request? My brother asked the emperor to make Sister Li Luo his official wife, and he agreed. That's great. Yun Ruoyan couldn't contain her excitement. That's great. Why are you so worried that you can't even sleep? Li Mo laughed. I'm just too happy. I have to prepare the wedding and betrothal gifts as soon as possible. Sister Li Luo's marriage to the Yun manor is no small matter, and I'll have to take care of both families. That's why you have to rest well. Wake up and go to sleep. Li Mo pulled Yun Ruoyan into his embrace, forcefully preventing her from tossing and turning. Just like that, Yun Ruoyan slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yun Ruoyan went to the Yun manor. Li Luo was now in charge of all of the Yun household's affairs, but Li Luo was going to be a bride soon, so she had to rest well and maintain her best condition. Sister Li Luo, you're not allowed to do anything during this period of time. Rest well and wait to become a beautiful bride. His Majesty's Imperial Edict will arrive in the morning, and I'll have to dress myself up now. Yun Ruoyan turned to Li Luo, who had woken up early in the morning. Although Li Luo didn't need to do many things herself, it still took a lot of effort for her to manage everything. Ruoyan's the best, as expected of my sister. Yun Ma Xiao had the habit of waking up early to practice martial arts, and he was also used to waking up early in the army. When he saw how busy Li Luo was, his heart ached for her. However, Li Luo didn't listen to him. Yun Ruoyan's words were far more effective than his. Finally, Li Luo was persuaded to stop, but she had more or less arranged everything for the day. Yun Ruoyan pulled Li Luo back to her quarters and began to help her dress up. In the past, you've always been the one to dress me up. Today, I'll do it for you. With Yun Ruoyan's efforts, Li Luo's beauty became even more ethereal, so much so that Yun Ma Xiao couldn't help but stare at her. Just as she finished dressing up, the imperial edict arrived, and Li Luo's status as the Yun family's young mistress was confirmed. Yun Ma Xiao immediately brought Li Luo to greet the Yun matriarch. The Yun matriarch's health had gradually improved, and she was naturally overjoyed to see Yun Ma Xiao. When Yun Ma Xiao introduced Li Luo to the Yun matriarch as his future wife, the Yun matriarch was so happy that she immediately took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and gave it to Li Luo. Although the Yun matriarch's health had improved, she was getting on in years, and her spirits weren't up to par. After staying for a while, the Yun matriarch prepared to let the Yun matriarch rest. Suddenly, the Yun matriarch asked Yun Ruoyan about her father's condition. Ruoyan, why is your father in seclusion for such a long time? Have you gone to see him? The Yun matriarch's voice was full of worry. I just went to see him. He's fine, so don't worry too much, grandmother. Grandmother, I came back too late yesterday, and I was waiting to receive the imperial edict today. As soon as I received it, I came to see you, grandmother. I haven't had a chance to see father yet. Then why don't you go see your father now? I'm sure he'll be very happy to hear that you're back. After bidding farewell to the Yun matriarch prepared to head to Feng Hua's quarters. When Li Luo saw that Yun Ruoyan was a little hesitant, she volunteered to do something else. However, Yun Ma Xiao grabbed her hand. You're going to be my wife, the mistress of the Yun manor. Of course you have to see your future father-in-law. Official Yun is currently in seclusion, so won't it be inconvenient for me to see him? I'll pay my respects to him in the future, Li Luo replied. Yun Ruoyan pulled Li Luo back and smiled. Sister Li Luo, I'm overthinking things. You'll soon be a member of the Yun family, and there's no place in the family that you can't go. We shouldn't hide anything from you. Yun Ruoyan turned to Yun Ma Xiao. Brother, father isn't actually in seclusion. He's saving someone. Saving someone? Who? Yun Ma Xiao asked. Saving our mother. Yun Ma Xiao finally saw his mother, whom he hadn't seen for more than a decade. Lin Yuemei lay on her bed, her face serene, as if she were in a deep sleep. Mother, she's our mother. Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, she is your mother, Lin Yuemei, Yun Lan said. Yun Ma Xiao's hands clenched, and his eyes turned red. With a loud thud, he knelt in front of the bed. Mother, you're back. You're finally back. Yun Ma Xiao gently grasped Lin Yuemei's hand and pressed his face against it. Mother, I thought you weren't here anymore. I missed you so much. Unlike Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao had lived with Lin Yuemei for a long time, and the memories of her and his mother's warmth were deeply etched in his heart. Naturally, his longing for Lin Yuemei was even deeper than Yun Ruoyan's. Mother, brother's back. Our family of 3 is finally reunited. Yun Ruoyan sobbed as she knelt by Yun Maxiao's side and placed her hands on Yun Maxiao and Lin Yuemei's. The three blood-related hands clasped tightly together. Suddenly, Li Luo spoke up. Madam Yun moved just now. Just as Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao held Lin Yuemei's hands tightly, Li Luo saw Lin Yuemei's eyelashes flutter. Everyone's gaze immediately landed on Lin Yuemei's face. Mother, can you open your eyes and look at me and brother? Yun Ruoyan begged, choking on her tears. Mother, wake up. Xiao, and Ruoyan are both waiting to be filial to you, and I'll be getting married soon. Yun Maxiao pulled Li Luo to his side. This is my wife. She's very beautiful, and I like her very much. Madam Yun, please wake up quickly. I'll be waiting to serve you tea. Just then, 2 drops of tears flowed down from the corners of Lin Yuemei's eyes. Mother's awake, and she's crying. Father, did you see that? Mother's crying. Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan were both incredibly emotional, but Yun Lan's expression remained solemn. Your mother won't wake up for the time being, Yun Lan replied. But she was clearly crying just now. Yun Ruoyan refused to give up. Yuemei's much better now, but she's still a long way from being fully awake. Yun Lan had said that Lin Yuemei's lifespan was at its end, and that he was currently using the yin-yang technique to defy the heavens. Not only would it harm his body, but it was also highly likely that it would backfire on Lin Yuemei. As a result, he hadn't dared to take the final step. Fortunately, Lin Yuemei's life was no longer in danger. Even without the ice bed, she could still survive in a comatose state. Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan's hearts were heavy when they returned from Fang Hua's quarters. According to Yun Lan, Lin Yuemei's awakening was still a long way off. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, had a plan in mind. Lass, isn't it simple to save your mother? The demonic dragon patriarch's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. You have a plan. Yun Ruoyan's heart began to beat faster. Lass, have you forgotten about the holy water? Holy water. Yes, holy water that can bring you back from the brink of death. The demon dragon ancestor said, although we haven't seen this holy water before, this deity can still understand that old silver dragon. He isn't someone who likes to talk big. The effect of this holy water isn't bad. That's great. How could I have forgotten? Yun Ruoyan smiled. What did you forget? Yun Maxiao looked at Yun Ruoyan curiously. Brother, quite a few things happened in the years we were in that alternate world. Yun Ruoyan told Yun Maxiao everything that had happened on the abyssal continent, including the grudge between the demonic dragon and the silver dragon, as well as the situation with the holy water. By the time she was done, the sky had already darkened. Yun Maxiao looked at Yun Ruoyan excitedly. In that case, as long as we can get our hands on the holy water, we'll be able to save Mother. That's right, lass. As soon as Yun Maxiao finished speaking, a black beam of light flew out of Yun Ruoyan's body. The Phalai blade stopped by Yun Ruoyan's side, upon which sat the demonic dragon patriarch. What's this? Yun Maxiao stood up in shock and asked Yun Ruoyan. She's the demonic dragon patriarch, Yun Ruoyan introduced. Yun Maxiao was, after all, a man who had seen much of the world. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly recovered and bowed respectfully to the demonic dragon patriarch. That's right. The demon dragon ancestor said, as expected of the elder brother of our demon dragon clan. The demonic dragon patriarch's words shocked Yun Ruoyan. What? Senior, what is Ruoyan? Yun Maxiao was once again shocked. Chapter 460. Little guy, you didn't hear wrongly. This little girl is the new patriarch of our demon dragon clan. The demon dragon ancestor continued to shock everyone. Ruoyan, what's going on? Yun Ma Xiao stared at Yun Ruoyan in shock. How could his little sister have become an elder of the demonic dragon clan? That was a race that only existed in legends. It seems like your little sister has been hiding quite a few things from you. The demonic dragon patriarch smiled mysteriously. Yun Ruoyan rolled her eyes. She hadn't intended to tell her brother about her parentage, nor had she intentionally hidden it from him. She simply didn't feel the need to. However, with the interference of the demonic dragon patriarch, she had to explain everything to her brother. Otherwise, her brother wouldn't let the matter rest. As a result, Yun Ruoyan began to explain the ins and outs of her parentage to her brother, and this went on for several hours. When Liemo returned to the Slaughtering King's manor from the imperial palace, Yun Ruoyan still hadn't returned, so he went to look for her. By the time he did, Yun Ruoyan had more or less finished explaining everything to him. That's how it is. Yun Ruoyan let out a long sigh. Brother, I didn't mean to hide it from you. At first, I didn't know much about my parentage either, but after I figured it out, I didn't feel the need to tell you. No matter who I am, I'm still your sister, and we share the same mother. Yun Ma Xiao found it hard to digest all this information in such a short period of time. What shocked him the most was that Yun Ruoyan was the child of his mother and someone else. However, after hearing Yun Ruoyan's words and thinking about their many years of sisterhood, he quickly came to terms with it. Ruoyan, you're right. We share the same mother, and our blood ties can't be severed, Yun Ma Xiao replied. He remembered how Yun Ruoyan had been bullied when she was young, as well as how Yun Lan had treated her coldly. Yun Ma Xiao's heart ached even more for Yun Ruoyan. Ruoyan, don't worry. As long as I'm here, the Yun family will always be your home, Yun Ma Xiao promised resolutely. Brother, thank you. Yun Ruoyan cried tears of joy, and Liemo patted her shoulder comfortingly. Yun Ruoyan had no intention of revealing her parentage to Yun Ma Xiao and the Lin family. While she felt that it was unnecessary, it was also a form of evasion. However, when she told Yun Ma Xiao all of these things, she felt incomparably relaxed. Silly sister, you and I don't need to say thank you anymore. Yun Ma Xiao turned his gaze to the demonic dragon ancestor. Senior, may I ask how I can obtain the holy water that can bring the dead back to life? This holy water was created by that old thing, Silver Dragon. Naturally, it's where he is. Senior, are you talking about the extreme abyss continent? Yun Ma Xiao had heard Yun Ruoyan mention that both the silver and demonic dragons originated from the extreme abyss continent. Yes, the extreme abyss continent. Then how do we get to the extreme abyss continent? Yun Ma Xiao asked. Going to the extreme abyss continent can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be very simple. Elder Demon Dragon kept them guessing. Please enlighten me, Senior. Whether or not we can go to the extreme abyss continent isn't up to me. The demonic dragon ancestor pointed at Yun Ruoyan. It's all up to her, your sister. Yun Ruoyan rolled her eyes at the demonic dragon ancestor again. Before she could retort, Yun Ma Xiao asked her anxiously, Ruoyan, what do you mean by that, Senior? Do you have a way to get to the extreme abyss continent? Of course not, but as long as she agrees to become the head of the demonic dragon clan, I can send you to the extreme abyss continent at any time, the demonic dragon ancestor replied. Won't you send us to the extreme abyss continent if I don't become your head? Yun Ruoyan sneered. Don't you need the holy water to revive the demonic dragons? The demonic dragons have been dead for more than 1,000 years. A few hundred years isn't a big deal, the demonic dragon ancestor replied nonchalantly. But your mother can't wait a few hundred years. You're threatening me. Yun Ruoyan's heart was filled with anger. Lass, don't be angry. I have no choice but to do this. I've tried to persuade you in every possible way, but you wouldn't listen, so I had no choice but to resort to this. The demonic dragon ancestor immediately tried to persuade Liemo, hurry up and persuade your wife. You're the future head of the Silver Dragon clan. If your wife becomes the head of the demonic dragon clan, wouldn't the two of you be on equal footing with the rest of the world? Liemo glanced at the fuming Yun Ruoyan. No matter what choice you make, Ruoyan, I'll support you. Everyone's gaze was on Yun Ruoyan, waiting for her final decision. Yun Ruoyan tugged on Liemo's hand and whined, "Husband, I'm sleepy. Let's go back." When the word husband came out of Yun Ruoyan's mouth and entered Liemo's ears, he found it incomparably pleasing to hear. The two of them had been married for 4 years, and Yun Ruoyan usually called Liemo by his name. This was the first time she had called him husband, and Liemo enjoyed it immensely. He immediately wrapped his arms around Yun Ruoyan's petite body and looked at her lovingly. "All right, madam, let's go back and rest." Yun Ma Xiao and the demonic dragon ancestor watched as the two of them walked out of the room. "Hey, lass, wait for me." The demonic dragon ancestor immediately chased after them. Yun Ma Xiao stood there and sighed softly. "Ma Xiao, don't worry. Ruoyan will definitely think it through," Li Luo comforted. "I know, but as her brother, I can't bear to make things difficult for her," Yun Ma Xiao replied. He knew that Yun Ruoyan had her reasons for being so resistant to becoming the head of the demonic dragon ancestor. As soon as they arrived at the Slaughtering King's manor, Yun Ruoyan was lifted up by Liemo. Liemo strode into the bedchamber, and the two of them made love to each other. Late at night, Liemo was already fast asleep by her side, but Yun Ruoyan's eyes were wide open. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. She put on her clothes and got out of bed. At Liemo's insistence, Yun Ruoyan no longer had to take care of Li Yan herself. Instead, she had an experienced maid take care of him. That night, Li Yan slept in the bedchamber beside theirs. When Yun Ruoyan entered the bedchamber, she found Li Yan sleeping in the crib that Liemo had personally made for him. The maid was fast asleep by the side. Yun Ruoyan gently planted a kiss on Li Yan's cheek, tucked him in, and retreated. Still wide awake, Yun Ruoyan sat down on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Across from her was a pond. As if sensing her presence, Whitey's large head popped out of the water and stared at Yun Ruoyan with its large, bell-like eyes. Yun Ruoyan stood up, walked over to the pond, and stretched out her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Whitey placed its head under her hand. As Yun Ruoyan stroked Whitey, she said, "Whitey, after Liemo and I leave, I'll leave Li Yan in your care." Xiao Bai apparently understood her words as he looked at her with his big eyes and blinked twice. "You've finally made up your mind." The demonic dragon patriarch had appeared at some point in time. He floated above the pond and exclaimed happily. As soon as Whitey saw him, it immediately dove into the water, clearly afraid of him. "Do I have any other choice?" Yun Ruoyan asked coldly. "Lass, don't be so vengeful." The demonic dragon patriarch suddenly sighed. "Actually, I know why you've always been unwilling to be the head of the demonic dragon clan." The demonic dragon patriarch has always referred to himself as true, and this is the first time I've heard him refer to himself as such. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at him. "You know. Why don't you tell me? Aren't you just afraid that if you become the head of the demonic dragon clan and Liemo becomes the head of the silver dragons, it'll affect the relationship between the two clans?" Yun Ruoyan was exasperated by the demonic dragon patriarch's casual tone. "It's not a what if. You know the grudge between the demonic dragons and the silver dragons better than anyone else. How could it be so easily resolved? In the future, it's entirely possible that the two clans might even go to war. Although I have the demonic dragon bloodline in me, I don't owe you anything. Why should I risk antagonizing my family for you? Do you think I don't know that you made me the head of the demonic dragon clan in order to keep Liemo in check?" With Li Mo's strength and our help, it's highly likely that he'll become the head of the Silver Dragons. You're afraid that Li Mo will suddenly go back on his word and refuse to help the demonic dragon clan revive. Your first concern is that even if Li Mo keeps his promise and revives the demonic dragon clan, they're still far too weak compared to the Silver Dragons. You're afraid that the demonic dragons will once again become the Silver Dragons' captives. If I become the head of the demonic dragon clan, these two concerns will be easily resolved. You're betting on Li Mo's feelings for me, aren't you? Clap, clap, clap. The demonic dragon patriarch began to clap. Lass, you're truly smart. You've analyzed everything I've been thinking. Senior, if you're so powerful, why don't you just become the head of the demonic dragon clan? Why are you so afraid of Li Mo? Don't you have the confidence to protect your own clan? Yun Ruoyan frowned. The patriarch was silent for a long while, and Yun Ruoyan didn't speak either. After a long while, he finally spoke up. It's not that I want to shirk my responsibilities, but my lifespan is almost up. Your lifespan is almost up? How could you? Yun Ruoyan exclaimed in disbelief. You've lived for so long, so how could your lifespan be limited? The patriarch smiled bitterly. As long as you're alive, there's always an end to your lifespan. Although the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan is, as far as I know, no one can truly live as long as the heavens. That's why the silver dragon tried so hard to concoct a potion that could grant him immortality. My body has long since decayed, and it's only because my primordial spirit is attached to the Phalai blade that I've managed to survive for tens of thousands of years. The silver dragon, on the other hand, has relied on his so-called holy water to live to this day. In that case, your lifespan really is up? Yun Ruoyan asked thoughtfully. In that case, if we were to go to the extreme abyss continent and get you some holy water, wouldn't we be able to extend your lifespan? In that case, she wouldn't need to be the head of the demonic dragon clan anymore. Chapter 461. I'm afraid I won't live to see that day. Elder Mo Long raised his head and sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, I still have 1 year left to live. After 1 year, it will be the end of my life. Little girl. The elder turned to Yun Ruoyan, his eyes full of hope. If you don't become an elder of the demonic dragons, I really won't be able to find anyone else in this world who can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Once the demonic dragons are revived, the Qinyuan continent won't be a permanent home for us, and we'll have to return to the extreme abyss continent. None of the silver dragons are easy to get along with, and when I reach the end of my lifespan, the demonic dragons will be leaderless, and their fate will be even worse than it is now. Even if I'm being selfish, if you don't agree to become an elder of the demonic dragons, I won't send you to the extreme abyss continent. You. Yun Ruoyan hated being threatened, but there was nothing she could do in the face of the elder's blatant threat. Little girl, there's no use glaring at me. I've already made up my mind. The elder's expression didn't change at all. Let me remind you that your mother doesn't have much time to wait. Yun Ruoyan was so angry that she couldn't sleep the entire night. The next day, when she accompanied Yun Ma Xiao to the Lin Manor, her expression didn't change at all. Fortunately, the family's attention was focused on Yun Ma Xiao and Li Luo, whom he was about to marry, and no one paid much attention to her. Yun Lan didn't have much of an objection to Yun Ma Xiao's marriage. Although he wasn't too pleased with Li Luo's status, he had no choice but to accept the emperor's decree. On the other hand, the Lin family was very fond of Li Luo. Lin Qingchen had long known of Li Luo's existence, but this was the first time she had seen her in person. Just as she had imagined, Li Luo was a perfect match for Yun Ma Xiao. It was also Lin Qingshue's first time seeing Li Luo, and she couldn't stop chatting with her. Sister Li Luo, I heard that you're also a beastkin, Lin Qingshue suddenly asked. Li Luo hadn't expected such a question, and she couldn't help but stare blankly. Although there were no longer any distinctions between beastkin and the Li kingdom, the notion that beastkin were inferior to humans hadn't been completely eradicated. Although Li Luo had never felt inferior because of her status, Lin Qingshue's sudden question still made her feel a little awkward. Sister Li Luo, this little sister of mine is too talkative. Just ignore her. Lin Qingshan hurried to smooth things over. Li Luo smiled. When she saw Lin Qingxue staring at her with her large, clear eyes, she knew that Lin Qingxue wasn't a scheming girl, and Li Luo herself wasn't a petty person. It's fine. Little sister Qingxue is innocent and cute. I like her a lot. Li Luo smiled. Lin Qingshan sighed and said, when she was still a minor, I said she was innocent and cute. Now that she's an adult, it's really worrying if she's still innocent and cute. Both Lin Qingshan and Lin Qingxue had celebrated their coming-of-age ceremonies on the Nether Abyss continent. Both times, they had come-of-age ceremonies during critical moments of life and death. Even the sisters themselves had forgotten about such an important day. Thinking back, there was no reason for them to make up for their coming-of-age ceremonies, so they had simply missed it. Sister Li Luo, I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I have two very good friends who are also beastkin. When I found out that my future sister-in-law is also a beastkin, I was very happy. Seeing you today, I feel especially close to you. Lin Qingxue smiled. You have friends who are beastkin? Li Luo asked, a little surprised. Yes. Lin Qingxue nodded, her expression a little lonely. They're brother and sister. They lived at my house for a while, but they both left. Zhuo Yifeng's whereabouts were unknown, and Zhuo Lin had apparently found her biological father and been taken away from the Lin family. This had happened some time before the Lin sisters had returned. Lin Qingxue had been quite upset that Zhuo Lin hadn't even come back to say goodbye. Oh, I see. Li Luo tugged on Lin Qingshue's hand. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to meet these two friends of yours. Alright, I'll be sure to introduce you to them when they return. Lin Qingxue forced herself to smile. Sister Li Luo, let me show you around the Lin Manor. That's right, Sister Li Luo. After you and Brother Xiao get married, the Lin Manor will be your home as well. It'd be best if you could familiarize yourself with it, Lin Qingshan added. Alright, Li Luo agreed. The Lin family was a pill-making family, and there were naturally many exotic flowers and herbs in the manor. The Lin sisters began to show Li Luo around the manor. In Lin Zainan's study, Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao, Li Mo, Lin Zainan, and Lin Tianming were discussing the wedding date. Because the imperial edict had already been issued, it was best to delay the wedding. Lin Zainan flipped through the calendar and set the auspicious date to be 3 days from now, but Yun Ma Xiao wanted to delay the wedding. Lin Zainan and Lin Tianming didn't understand. Given how close Yun Ma Xiao and Li Luo were, Yun Ma Xiao should be in a hurry to get married. Why would he want to delay the wedding? Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, knew what her brother was thinking. Previously, he hadn't known about Lin Yuemei, but now that he knew that she was in the Yun Manor and that there was hope for her to come back to life, he naturally hoped to wait for her to wake up before they could consummate the wedding. However, Lin Yuemei's resurrection was still a long way off, and it wouldn't do to delay the wedding any longer. Brother, Yun Ruoyan called out to her brother. Don't worry, uncle. No matter what price we have to pay, we'll definitely save mother, Yun Ma Xiao promised firmly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today was the day of Yun Ma Xiao and Li Luo's wedding. For the Grand General's wedding, there were more than 100 tables set up by the soldiers, and another 100 tables set up by the emperor and his officials. By the end of the wedding, Yun Ruoyan was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to carry her husband. Fortunately, Li Mo had the foresight to hire chefs from all the best restaurants in the capital, as well as all the servants in the Slaughtering King's Manor. Only then was the wedding banquet carried out in an orderly fashion. Although it was busy, it wasn't chaotic. Yun Ma Xiao drank until he was dizzy from the congratulatory toasts of the soldiers and the officials. Even his usual act of pretending to be drunk couldn't get away with it. When Yun Ruoyan rested for a while, she saw her brother dressed in a bright red wedding robe, surrounded by a group of men, and Li Mo sitting by Li Qianhan's side. The two of them were drinking and chatting leisurely, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but get angry. Yun Ruoyan walked up to the two of them and bowed to Li Qianhan before turning to Li Mo. "You're my brother-in-law, too. Why didn't you help your brother out when he was being bullied?" Li Mo had been wondering who had offended his precious wife, but it turned out that this was the reason. "Forgive me, madam, I was careless. I'll go rescue my brother-in-law right away," Li Mo said, a rare glib smile on his face. "And you, too." Yun Ruoyan turned back to Li Qianhan. "As the emperor, how can you let your official's birthday be wasted like this?" Chapter 462. "You're right, Auntie. I'll immediately send my subordinates to rescue Minister Yun," Li Qianhan hurriedly replied. With the slaughtering king and the emperor's intervention, even the most troublesome of soldiers had to settle down, and Yun Ma Xiao was finally rescued. "Sister, I can't thank you enough." Yun Ma Xiao walked up to Yun Ruoyan, almost giving her a 90-degree bow. "All right, brother, hurry up and check on sister-in-law," Yun Ruoyan teased. "If she's angry, she won't let you in." Li Luo sat alone in the bridal chamber for a long time. She could hear the commotion in the front yard, but she didn't see Yun Ma Xiao enter. Just as she was about to lift the veil, she heard the door creak open. Li Luo didn't need to look to know that it was her husband, Yun Ma Xiao, just from the sound of his footsteps. As Yun Ma Xiao approached, Li Luo saw a pair of boots embroidered with a red python through a slit in the veil. She suddenly tensed up. When Yun Ma Xiao lifted the red veil, he saw Li Luo's blushing, bashful face and watery eyes. He couldn't help but think back to the first time he had seen her. That day, she had been wearing a veil, but her eyes had been startlingly bright. With that one look, Yun Ma Xiao had decided that he would marry no one but her. His pursuit of Li Luo hadn't been smooth, but he had persevered long enough to see the light of day. Li Luo. Yun Ma Xiao sat down by Li Luo's side, clasping her hands tightly. "How could I, Yun Ma Xiao, marry you? The heavens have truly blessed me by allowing me to meet you." Li Luo looked at her husband and said, "Husband, what you said is exactly what I wanted to say. How could I, Li Luo, be worthy of marrying you? This is a sign of the heavens' love for me." When Yun Ma Xiao met Li Luo's gaze, he could clearly see his own reflection in her bright eyes. Yun Ma Xiao suddenly felt that it would be great if time could stop, that they could just stare at each other until the end of time. "Husband, what's the matter?" Li Luo jumped in fright when she saw Yun Ma Xiao suddenly tearing up. "Why are you crying?" Li Luo hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. He was a general who had led an army of 100,000 to quell a rebellion, and he'd suffered countless injuries, big and small, but he'd never once groaned, much less shed a tear. "Li Luo, I've let you down," Yun Ma Xiao said, taking her hand. "Husband, what do you mean?" "Li Luo." Yun Ma Xiao pressed Li Luo's hand against his heart. "I've decided to go to the extreme abyss continent with Ruoyan and the others. I can't just watch my sister risk her life to save our mother without doing anything myself. That would be unfair to you." Li Luo paused, the light in her eyes dimming. Yun Ma Xiao's heart tightened. "Li Luo, can you forgive me for my selfishness? I married you even though I knew it was going to be dangerous. Because I love you so much that I've dreamed of marrying you, but if you're unwilling, I can plead with the emperor." Before Yun Ma Xiao could finish, Li Luo covered his mouth with her hand. "Actually, I already knew that you'd go with Ruoyan and the others. Li Luo sighed. I was just waiting for you to say it yourself. I'm sad because I can't bear to leave you, but I'm also proud. If you're unwilling to risk your life for your mother because of me, or for some other reason, I'll look down on you. Li Luo. Yun Maxiao planted a deep kiss on her forehead. Thank you, husband. Li Luo reached out to caress Yun Maxiao's face. His face was resolute and handsome, and Li Luo couldn't get enough of it. Before you go, can you promise me something? What is it? I'd agree to 100, or even 1,000, let alone one. Yun Maxiao smiled. Li Luo smiled as well. She leaned close to Yun Maxiao's ear and whispered, Can you give me one of your children? Her voice was as soft as sugar silk, and it was accompanied by a fragrant and warm breath, causing Yun Maxiao's blood to boil. Li Luo, he murmured hoarsely. The red candles were extinguished, and the veil fluttered down to cover the room. Finally, after sending off the last of the guests and settling the remaining matters, Yun Ruoyan was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to stand. Li Mo helped her into the carriage. Ever since Yun Maxiao's return, Yun Ruoyan hadn't stayed overnight in the Yun Manor. Now that Yun Maxiao had a wife, there was even less of a need for Yun Ruoyan to stay overnight. Is Li Yan asleep? Yun Ruoyan leaned on Li Mo's shoulder and mumbled. Because there were too many guests and it was too noisy, Yun Ruoyan had a maid bring Li Yan back to the Slaughtering King's manor in the evening. He must be asleep by now. Li Mo reached out and combed her hair. Yan, you've worked hard today. He's my only brother, so it's only natural. Yun Ruoyan was so tired that she didn't even want to open her eyes, but a blissful smile hung on her face. Yun Ruoyan hadn't thought about the tragic fate of her past life for a long time, but she suddenly remembered it now. Compared to her past life, this one was more than satisfactory. Once she retrieved the holy water from the extreme abyss continent and rescued Lin Yueme, as well as the roaring dragon, Yun Ruoyan would have no more regrets in this life. By the time the carriage arrived at the Slaughtering King's manor, Yun Ruoyan was already fast asleep. Li Mo carried her into the courtyard, and as soon as he stepped into the yard, a black shadow darted out of Li Yan's room. She was carrying Li Yan in her arms. Who's there? Li Mo's loud shout startled Yun Ruoyan awake. What's wrong, Li Mo? What happened? Yun Ruoyan asked. Someone took Li Yan away. As Li Mo spoke, he took off on his sword and chased after the black figure with Yun Ruoyan in tow. That person's speed on his sword wasn't as fast as Li Mo's, but it seemed to be aided by an external force. Every time Li Mo was about to catch up to him, his speed would explode. After 4 hours, the two of them finally caught up to the black-clothed man. Yun Ruoyan also took off on her scarlet eye, blocking the man's path in midair with Li Mo. Who are you? Return our son to us. Yun Ruoyan shouted at the black-clothed man. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. The black-clothed man clutched Li Yan's neck. Stop! Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo shouted in unison. Ha! If you don't want to see me strangle your son to death, get out of my way. Where are you taking my son? Yun Ruoyan pressed. Yun Ruoyan, do you think I'll answer your question? What a joke. Yun Ruoyan frowned. Rong Yuashan, if you have a grudge, come at me. What's the big deal about capturing a child? Rong Yuashan took off her mask and smiled at Yun Ruoyan. How did you know it was me? Ha! Yun Ruoyan laughed coldly. We've been enemies for a long time, and I know you as well as you know me. Although you've hidden your face and changed your voice, I can guess that it's you just from the way you call out my name. Yun Ruoyan, you're indeed smart. It's my honor to be your opponent, Rong Yuashan continued. Rong Yuashan said in a strange tone, but now that your son is in my hands, I can make you suffer a fate worse than death in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about your suffering makes me indescribably happy. Don't you dare. Li Mo's cold voice rang out from behind Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan turned back to Li Mo, slaughtering king, don't try to scare me. If I slip up and snap the young master's neck, don't blame me. Rong Yuashan, what will it take for you to let the child go? How about using me in exchange? Yun Ruoyan asked. Yen, don't be rash, Li Mo hurriedly warned. The slaughtering king wouldn't be willing to use you in exchange. Rong Yuashan said, besides, compared to you, a child is easier to control. Get out of my way, or I won't be polite. Rong Yuashan, I'm the one you hate. You kidnapped my child just to threaten us. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. Yun Ruoyan continued. I want you to get out of my way. Rong Yuashan was starting to lose her patience. Yun Ruoyan stared at Rong Yuashan's hands on Li Yan's neck. At first, she had been too anxious to notice, but now, she suddenly relaxed. Although Rong Yuashan had pinched Li Yan's neck, it was only a feint. She hadn't touched Li Yan at all. Based on her hatred for her, if she hadn't been trying to threaten her and Li Mo, she would have strangled Li Yan to death and made her wish she was dead. But now, it seemed that all she wanted was to take Li Yan away. Why? Could it be? Yun Ruoyan's eyes widened. Rong Yuashan, you've sided with the Silver Dragon Elder and become his lackey. Don't call me a lackey, Rong Yuashan replied coldly. Are you saying that only you're allowed to side with the demonic dragons, but I'm not allowed to side with the silver dragons? I don't care who you side with, but don't even think about taking our child away from us today. Yun Ruoyan was now certain that Rong Yuashan had been ordered by the Silver Dragon Elder to kidnap the child. If her guess was correct, then Rong Yuashan wouldn't dare harm Li Yan. When Rong Yuashan saw that Yun Ruoyan had no intention of giving way, she couldn't help feeling anxious. She had acted on her own initiative this time, and the Silver Dragon Elder had intended for her to act only after Yun Ruoyan and the others had left the Qinyuan continent. However, Rong Yuashan had suddenly heard from Dong Tiehe that Rong Tianling had been tortured to death in the imperial prison. Rong Yuashan had been furious, and when she heard that Yun Moxia was getting married and was planning a grand wedding, she decided to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 463. During the wedding banquet, Yun Ruoyan was extremely busy, while Rong Yuashan hid by the side, waiting for an opportunity. Finally, it was afternoon, when the guests were the most numerous. Yun Ruoyan had a servant take Li Yan back to the slaughtering king's manor. This was an excellent opportunity for Rong Yuashan. She immediately followed the servant out of the manor, ready to strike. However, the servant was surrounded by the guards, and Rong Yuashan couldn't find an opportunity to strike. All she could do was follow the servant all the way into the manor, where she discovered a large spiritual object in the middle of the pond. Rong Yuashan didn't dare to act rashly. She waited until it was late at night before she secretly poured a packet of extremely potent medicinal liquid into the pond. She had obtained it on the Netherworld continent, and it was extremely effective. Just like that, Xiaobai fell asleep in the pond. Then, she took advantage of the moment when the guards protecting Li Yan were slightly relaxed to launch a sneak attack. She killed the guards and successfully stole Li Yan into her hands. Coincidentally, Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo returned home at this time and bumped into Rong Yuashan, who was carrying Li Yan away. Yun Ruoyan guessed that Rong Yuashan was going to use Li Yan to claim credit from the Silver Dragon Elder, and she was sure that Rong Yuashan wouldn't dare harm Li Yan easily. As a result, Yun Ruoyan decided to take a gamble. Rong Yuashan, I won't let you take Li Yan away no matter what. As she spoke, she waved her arm at Rong Yuashan, and a beam of black light shot toward Rong Yuashan. This sudden attack not only startled Rong Yuashan, but it also startled the demon dragon ancestor. The Feili blade pierced through the air toward Rong Yuashan. Li Yan was in Rong Yuashan's arms, and the blade was headed straight for Li Yan. Although the demonic dragon ancestor was the blade's spirit, he couldn't stop Yun Ruoyan from using her own will to control the blade. After all, Yun Ruoyan was the Feili blade's master. At this critical moment, Rong Yuashan suddenly threw Li Yan away. The silver dragon elder had repeatedly ordered her not to harm Li Yan, and if Li Yan were to die by her hands, the elder would make her suffer a fate worse than death. After Rong Yuashan tossed Li Yan aside, she summoned the sky-flipping mirror. A beam of light shot out and illuminated the Feili blade, causing it to abruptly stop. On the other side, Li Mo dashed toward Li Yan in a flash of light, catching him in his arms. When Yun Ruoyan saw this scene, her heart, which had been on the verge of jumping out of her chest, finally calmed down a little. Yun Ruoyan, you madwoman! How dare you attack your own child? Rong Yuashan exclaimed in disbelief as she struggled to fend off the Feili blade. Humph! Yun Ruoyan snorted. The silver dragon elder sent you to kidnap Li Yan so that he could use his blood to refine the holy water. As a mother, I will never allow my child to become ingredients for alchemy and live a life worse than death. Yun Ruoyan's words were meant to confuse Rong Yuashan. In fact, apart from taking a risk, she was confident that she could change the direction of the Feili blade before it could harm Li Yan. Let this little thing become a material for refining holy water? What holy water? Rong Yuashan asked curiously. She had asked the silver dragon elder why he had to capture Li Yan, but he hadn't told her the reason. Based on Yun Ruoyan's words, it was probably to use him to refine some holy water. Rong Yuashan's curiosity was piqued. What holy water? Rong Yuashan asked again. Heh, you don't even know what holy water is. Yun Ruoyan mocked. It seems that the silver dragon elder is guarding against you. Back on the Netherworld continent, not only did the Thunder Father and Son know of its existence, but the Silver Dragon Elder even gave each of them a bottle. Rong Yuashan furrowed her brows and asked, so what exactly is this holy water? Yun Ruoyan's lips curled up. I'll tell you right now, Yun Ruoyan told Rong Yuashan in detail about the various heaven-defying abilities of the holy water, as well as that it could regenerate one's skin. As long as she used it, the scars on her face would be healed. Is there really such a miraculous pill in this world? Rong Yuashan didn't seem convinced. It's fine if you don't believe me, but it's useless even if you do. The Silver Dragon Elder won't give you holy water. In his eyes, you're nothing more than a tool, not even comparable to the Thunder Father and Son. Yun Ruoyan continued, you should know what happened to the Thunder Father and Son. I'm afraid you'll follow in their footsteps. Rong Yuashan's face was cold. Li Yan was no longer in her hands, and she was being attacked from both the front and the back. All she could do now was rely on her mirror to resist Yun Ruoyan. She decided not to continue fighting. While there was life, there was hope. It was best to escape as soon as possible. She infused all of her spiritual energy into the mirror, and the pillar of light it emitted grew stronger and stronger, attempting to repel the Feili blade. Lass, hand over the Feili blade to me. The Silver Dragon Elder's voice rang out in her mind, and she immediately relinquished control over the Feili blade. The Silver Dragon Elder controlled the Feili blade to retreat until it was out of the mirror's range. When Rong Yuashan saw this, she immediately tried to find an opportunity to escape. Li Mo couldn't chase after Rong Yuashan with Li Yan in his arms, but Yun Ruoyan chased after her on her sword. The Feili blade, on the other hand, flashed past Yun Ruoyan's side and chased after Rong Yuashan at lightning speed. Sensing the danger behind her, Rong Yuashan turned around and summoned her mirror once more. Under the Silver Dragon Elder's control, the Feili blade charged toward the mirror without a care in the world. Before Rong Yuashan could activate the sky-turning mirror, she felt a huge force explode in her hand. Then, she was sent flying by the force of the explosion. It wasn't until she finally stopped in midair that she realized what had happened. She raised her bloodied right hand, and to her horror, she discovered that the mirror had exploded along with her hand. Not only that, half of her body was a bloody mess, and a large ball of fire was still burning in the distance. Yunru Oyan, one day, I'll pay you back double for what you've done to me. Rong Yuashan spat hatefully as she dragged her injured body away. Yunru Oyan stared at the blazing ball of fire in front of her in a daze. Only when Liemo arrived by her side did she react. She turned to Liemo and murmured, I can't sense the Phalai Blade's presence anymore. Will the demonic dragon elder? After the demonic dragon ancestor had threatened Yunru Oyan more than once, although she was quite annoyed with him, she still couldn't accept his death. After all, the demonic dragon ancestor hadn't done anything to harm her. Why would he be so impulsive? Yunru Oyan murmured as she stared at the blazing ball of fire. Liemo also looked at the ball of fire. I don't think so. He's not that impulsive. Liemo believed that the demonic dragon elder wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice his own life to take someone else down with him. Just then, the demonic dragon elder's voice rang out in Yunru Oyan's mind once more. Little girl, I'm not dead yet. Today's not the day of my death. Following this sound, a few black shards flew out of the flames and gathered in front of Yunru Oyan. The Phalai blade had regained its original form, but this time, there were many more cracks on its blade. The demonic dragon elder's soul appeared on the blade, but it was much fainter than before. Are you all right? Yunru Oyan asked. I'm not completely dead yet, but my death has come a little earlier than expected. Ha ha ha, that Rong Yuashan girl must have shed a layer of her skin even if she's not dead. She won't be a threat to Xiao Lian for a very long time, the demonic dragon elder continued. Also, you'd better hurry up and finish what you need to do. I'll send you to the extreme abyss continent as soon as possible. Little girl, whether you become the demonic dragon elder or not, I'm sending you off anyway. There's no time. Yunru Oyan looked at the demonic dragon elder, who was much more haggard than before, and her heart ached. She had always felt that the demonic dragon elder was just using her, but today, for the sake of Lian's safety, the demonic dragon elder's willingness to sacrifice his lifespan had truly moved her. She finally made a decision. She looked at the demonic dragon elder calmly and said, All right, I promise to be the head of the demonic dragon clan. You. The demonic dragon elder's eyes flashed, and he bowed to Yunru Oyan emotionally. Wonderful. I thank you on behalf of the entire demonic dragon clan. Apart from the demonic dragon bloodline that she had inherited from her ancestors, Yunru Oyan didn't have any close ties to the demonic dragon clan. In addition, the trouble the demonic dragon clan had caused her in the past had caused her to dislike them. However, in the face of the demonic dragon elder's sacrifice, Yunru Oyan decided to bear the responsibility. However, I'll say this first, once the demonic dragon clan is resurrected and safe, I'll choose someone from the demonic dragon clan to become its head. I won't let Lian take over the position of elder demonic dragon. Alright, the demonic dragon elder agreed readily. Of course. Lian will be the head of the demonic dragon clan in the future. I trust that as long as you're here, Liemo and Lian won't harm the demonic dragon clan. When Yun Ma Xiao learned that Yunru Oyan and the demonic dragon clan would depart for the demonic dragon clan in half a month, he immediately requested to accompany them. At first, Yunru Oyan didn't agree. She didn't want both brother and sister to be in danger, and she hoped that Yun Ma Xiao would stay behind to take care of Lin Yuemei and the Lin family. Ruoyan, if you don't come back, you won't be able to bring back the holy water, and you won't be able to save mother. In that case, there'll be no point in me staying behind, Yun Ma Xiao said. Little girl, your brother's cultivation isn't very high, but as the commander of the demonic dragon clan's army, he must be very capable. Perhaps he'll be of great help. Brother, if you leave, what will happen to sister-in-law? You've only just gotten married. Can you bear to leave her alone? Yun Ruoyan asked. Li Luo walked up to Yun Ruoyan and held her hand. I appreciate your concern, sister. If I selfishly leave your brother behind, he'll live in guilt and worry every day. I don't want to see him like that, so let him go with you. I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 464. After much persuasion, Yun Ruoyan finally agreed to let Yun Ma Xiao accompany her to the extreme abyss continent. Kid from the Yun family, you're a peak 8th rank blade master. Do you want to make another breakthrough? The demonic dragon patriarch asked. Yun Ma Xiao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly cupped his fists toward the patriarch. To tell you the truth, I've been stuck at 8th rank for many years now. If you could help me break through, I'd be eternally grateful. 8th rank blade masters were considered experts on the Qingyuan continent, but on the extreme abyss continent, they were nothing more than ordinary cultivators. You're the elder brother of the demonic dragon clan, so it's only natural that I help you. The patriarch chuckled. His primordial spirit was much dimmer than before, but he was as spirited as ever. Because Yun Ruoyan had agreed to become the head of the demonic dragon clan, the patriarch had accomplished one of his most important goals. Lass, you're currently a peak 9th rank blade master, 1 rank away from breaking through to the peak. I'll help you break through as well, the patriarch declared. I've only been a peak 9th rank blade master for less than a year, so I should be able to break through on my own. Yun Ruoyan glanced at the illusory figure of the demonic dragon patriarch. Although he was powerful, she knew that helping others break through to the next realm was a very taxing task. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle the strain of helping 2 people break through at once. Of course I'm aware of that, but lass, the place you're about to head to is far more dangerous than the Qingyuan continent. Without sufficient strength, you won't be able to reach your goal, the patriarch continued seriously. And, more importantly, it has to do with Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu. What happened to Qiuqiu? Yun Ruoyan asked. Not long after returning to the Qingyuan continent, Qiuqiu went into seclusion once more. The spirit-grade spirit crystal it had obtained on the nether abyss continent had mostly been absorbed by it, and Qiuqiu had said that it would attempt to break the seal on the bracelet's pocket dimension. Do you know why Qiuqiu hasn't come out of seclusion? The patriarch asked. Yun Ruoyan thought for a moment. Is it because my cultivation is too low? Yes, that's the reason. If Qiuqiu wants to break the seal on the bracelet, it will need your help. You won't be able to help Qiuqiu if you don't break through to the Great Perfection realm. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yun Ruoyan wasn't someone who didn't consider the bigger picture. After listening to the elder's analysis, she agreed with his suggestion. It's no trouble at all. Old Ancestor Mo Long said with a chuckle. Because Old Ancestor Mo Long had been threatening her, she had never used honorifics to address him. Therefore, Old Ancestor Mo Long felt very happy when she addressed him as Senior. In a secret room in the Rong Manor, Rong Yuashan held a fragment of the sky-turning mirror in her hand. This was the only fragment she had picked up after the sky-turning mirror was destroyed. Whether or not she could contact the Silver Dragon Elder depended on this fragment. Rong Yuashan was gravely injured. If she couldn't contact Patriarch Silver Dragon, she would die. Even if she could contact the Silver Dragon Elder, she would still be executed for the failure of this mission, but she still felt that it was worth the gamble. Perhaps she might even be reborn from the brink of death. Rong Yuashan placed the fragment of the sky-turning mirror in front of her, took out a sharp dagger, and disinfected it with fire. She put a piece of cloth in her mouth and held it tightly. Then, she stabbed the burning dagger into her heart. The intense pain made her faint instantly. Her body leaned forward on the broken pieces of the sky-flipping mirror. The blood from her heart flowed onto the sky-flipping mirror along with the wound. Gradually, the surface of the mirror was dyed blood red. Rong Yuashan, wake up. A cold, authoritative voice rang out by Rong Yuashan's ear. Rong Yuashan frowned and slowly opened her eyes. She saw the fragment of the sky-turning mirror, stained with her blood, floating in front of her. The silver dragon elder's figure appeared above the mirror. Elder. Rong Yuashan hurriedly crawled up. Her movements tore open her wound, and she almost fainted again from the pain. What's going on? Because the sky-turning mirror had been stained red, the silver dragon elder's figure was also covered in a layer of blood. Combined with his angry expression, he looked even more frightening. Rong Yuashan only glanced at the silver dragon elder once before lowering her head, not daring to look at him a second time. Elder. Yesterday, Yun Ruoyan's brother was getting married, and the Yun family held a banquet. Because there were so many people present, I snuck into the crowd, hoping to find an opportunity to complete the mission you gave me. So, did you capture Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo's child? This, almost, just a little bit, really just a little bit more. Rong Yuashan endured the severe pain in her chest as she lay on the ground and stuttered. Almost, but I didn't manage to capture him. The silver dragon elder's voice was as cold as ice. You acted on your own, and not only did you fail to capture the person I wanted, you even destroyed the sky-turning mirror. I had high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to be just as useless as the Thunder Father and Son duo. I don't need trash like you. Rong Yuashan could feel the silver dragon elder's intense anger and killing intent. She couldn't help but think of Yun Ruoyan's words. She was nothing more than a tool for the silver dragon elder, just like the Thunder Father and Son duo. The silver dragon elder had already raised his hand, his palm aimed at Rong Yuashan's head. Just as he was about to end her life, Rong Yuashan spoke again. Although I didn't manage to capture the child, I've made a great contribution. Please, Elder, give me a chance to speak. The silver dragon elder stopped what he was doing. Alright, I'll give you a chance to speak. If you don't, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Rong Yuashan gulped and took a deep breath before saying, the demonic dragon ancestor is dead. What? The silver dragon elder was startled by this news and hurriedly asked, what did you say? That old fart silver dragon is dead. Yes, Rong Yuashan replied. He controlled the Phalai blade to forcefully resist the sky-turning mirror in my hands, and then perished with it. The silver dragon elder still couldn't believe this news. The silver dragon elder's cultivation was so high that even he could squeeze it dry. The two of them had fought for tens of thousands of rounds, and if not for the silver dragon elder's trickery, the silver dragon clan wouldn't have been able to win at all. But how could he have died just like that? The silver dragon elder's heart was filled with complex emotions. Of course, he was happy. There was nothing more delightful than seeing a powerful enemy die in front of him. But even more than that, he didn't believe it. Are you sure? His gaze pierced Rong Yuashan's back like a knife. Even though Rong Yuashan didn't raise her head, she could feel his piercing gaze. Although Rong Yuashan wasn't sure, in order to preserve her life, she chose to say that she was. When the sky-turning mirror and the Phalai blade collided, there was a violent explosion. In order to prove that she wasn't lying, Rong Yuashan raised her head and looked into the silver dragon elder's eyes. Although I was prepared, I still couldn't dodge in time. One of my hands was blown off, and I was gravely injured. She raised her severed wrist for the silver dragon elder to see. After the explosion, the fireball burned for an entire night before being extinguished. The demonic dragon elder definitely wouldn't have escaped death. Wonderful, wonderful. That old thing is finally dead. Dead, ha ha ha. The silver dragon elder laughed heartily. It took him a while to realize that he'd lost his composure. He coughed to cover it up. A sky-turning mirror for that old thing's life. It's worth it. Elder, on account of this subordinate's contribution, can you save this subordinate's life? Roan Yuashan only dared to make this request when she saw that the silver dragon elder was happy. She had been gravely injured, and she had even taken out a drop of blood from her heart in order to see the silver dragon elder. She could clearly feel her life draining away bit by bit. The silver dragon elder looked down at Roan Yuashan. This is indeed a great contribution, so I'll spare your life. Thank you, Elder, I'll continue to serve you faithfully, even if I have to sacrifice my life for you. Yunruoyan used the last of her strength to reply. This is the holy water of the Silver Dragon clan. Drink it, and it'll save your life. The Silver Dragon elder waved his hand, and a white jade bottle floated down in front of Roan Yuashan. Roan Yuashan took the bottle with trembling hands, opened it, and gulped down the holy water in one gulp. Then, her body began to undergo an incredible transformation. First, the wound on her chest where the dagger had pierced through her heart slowly healed, and her life force slowly returned. Then, like a seed sprouting in the soil, her severed hand actually grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. My hand's back. Roan Yuashan looked at her new hand, excitement, shock, and disbelief all over her face. The spiritual energy within this fragment of the sky-turning mirror has been fully activated by your heart's blood. You can only use it once, the Silver Dragon Elder said. I'll bestow upon you an item that will allow you to communicate with me at a critical moment. The Silver Dragon Elder gave Roan Yuashan a talisman that could only be used 3 times. He had her remain on the Qinyuan continent to complete her unfinished mission. Remember, this time, you can't act on your own. If you don't complete your mission, all of your contributions will be erased, the Silver Dragon Elder warned. Yes, Elder. Roan Yuashan kowtowed deeply to the Silver Dragon Elder. By the time she raised her head, the Silver Dragon Elder had disappeared, and the fragment of the sky-turning mirror had turned to dust with a bang. Yunruoyan, Roan Yuashan, will make you taste what it's like to lose a loved one. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.